Hello, everybody. Happy time zone, and thank you for joining us on a Saturday for the 6-hour threat hunt training. Really excited to have y'all here. Before we begin, I do want to mention this isn't the actual training just yet. We like to do a little bit of a pre-show banter and QA session before we get started. So if you have any questions about the VM or anything like that, now would be the time to ask. Also, if you haven't joined us already on the Threat Hunter Community Discord server, I would definitely recommend doing that now. All of the chat and QA for today's training will take place on the server. And we are in the live webcast chat channel, which is the one with the big red circle next to it. And right below that, you'll see the ACM webcast content channel, where you can find the link to download the VM, along with a PDF of the slide deck for today. And someone asked why happy time zone. So for the three of us, we live Eastern time in the US. So it's about to be 11 o'clock in about 12 minutes here. But we know we have people joining us from all over the world. So for some of you, it might be in the middle of the night or very early in the morning. And if you're one of those people, thank you so much for joining us at a time that is a little inconvenient. And we also would love to hear where you're joining us from inside the Discord chat if you want to let us know.
You get extra geek points for showing up at 2 a.m. for one of these talks while your family is happily curled up in bed, and you're like, gosh, I got to learn about threat hunting at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, and Moose said it's midnight. So
there you go.
Wow. Yep, that's one thing you can do late night on a either Friday or Saturday night, depending on where you are.
That is dedication, sir and or ma'am. Well done.
Yes. And Jason said, will I accidentally be hypnotized in this training? And I'm guessing
yes.
you're referring to the things spinning behind Chris. So
no, those are, so we've got problems with mice in the walls. So these are mice chasers. It scares the mice out of the walls and that gets rid of them. No, wait, you're right. It hypnotizes people into thinking this is easier than it actually is. No, wait, that's like something staring at me, but I've seen TikTok. I'm not going to get up and look behind me. So
that is
so it's one of those three.
That is the best review we've gotten. Will I get hypnotized during this training? I think that we need to put that up on our website as one of the quotes about this particular course. This is the feedback we get.
We can put it in the FAQ, right?
Yes.
Oh, of course. The answer is yes. You will get hypnotized during this training, and you will threat hunt your network.
Yeah. Almost 11 a.m. Rochester, New York. Although, daytime. But wow, you guys got hit with snow.
Yeah.
And ice and sleet and all sorts of fun stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely happy to be living in Florida this time of year. We've got midnight in Singapore. Hello from India. Arizona.
We have joining from Enugu, Nigeria. Welcome, Emmanuel. So glad you could join us today.
Awesome.
Yep. India.
Oh my, there we go.
Yeah, I guess one of these we should be the ones that get up at midnight just to make it easy for folks.
Why not? We do office hours for one of the software projects that we provide, and I realized that we had some people whose office 8 to 5 time zone had no possible support. So we do have some support schedules that start at 11 at night here and go till 12:30 in the morning. So at least one day a week you get to catch me for live tech support.
Yep. And Doc, if you keep showing up to this stuff, we're gonna have to make you an honorary ACM person or something.
Uh-huh.
Because I'd like to see his name on everything that we do. So.
And we had someone in the GoToWebinar chat mention that they can't make a post in Discord when you first join for, I think it's 5 or 10 minutes. That's for security reasons. That's to avoid the server getting spammed.
That's so Bill could at least get some sleep.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you spam, Bill's usually the first one in to kick you. So.
And if you haven't joined us on Discord already, I just shared the link again in the GoToWebinar chat for everybody. So we are in the Threat Hunter community server, And if you scroll down towards the bottom where there's the active countermeasures channels, we are in the live webcast chat that has the big red circle next to it. And if you still need to download your VM, which if you haven't done that already, please start doing so now. It is in the ACM webcast content channel directly below the live chat. And you can also find the PDF of the slide deck there as well. But the PDF of the slide deck is also on the same page where you can download the lab materials. So multiple places to find things.
Yeah, I noticed when I started up the VM this morning in, excuse me, in VirtualBox, and I went in to just kind of do a quick, app upgrade, and it popped up and like gave me all sorts of dependency issues because of VirtualBox. And I personally said, no, I'm not going to do that right now. Everything seems to be working just in case it breaks something. So you're welcome to try. I'm not going to promise it won't break anything because I haven't tested that yet because I just noticed it. So we'll have to get that fixed for next class.
As security people, we're big fans of keeping your systems patched. Don't get us wrong on this, but
yes.
The idea is this is a standalone virtual machine. You don't need internet access on any level to use it. If you have outbound internet access and want to make outbound connections, you can. If you want to set up incoming network access, you can do that too. But you can do the entire course with no internet connection for that VM.
Well, so there's one lab that has you run the host command.
Apologies.
And that's it. Beyond that, Bill is, 100% right. So 99% of it is you could be completely isolated, no internet access on the VM, and you're totally fine. But even with that said, to whack your VM, I would have to whack your host system. And if I've already whacked your host system, I don't think you're going to worry about me whacking this VM. So,
considering he wrote the VM, there we go. The other thing to consider is that the host command, that one particular one, thank you, Chris, appreciate it. You can also run that on your main system too. That's just a DNS lookup tool. So you could, all three, Windows, Mac, and Linux all include host.
I'm not sure Windows does it?
I think so. And I think that's why we've tended to use host in the past.
Host is not recognized as an internal or external command. Bill, your lack of knowledge of Windows is showing again.
I'll tell you something.
So
my lack of knowledge of Windows is immense.
Yes. So if you're so let's say your VM has no internet access. You get to that command where we're running the host command. Just use NSLookup. That's what they have on the Windows side, which will probably tweak Bill a little bit because NSLookup isn't supported on the Linux side anymore. So
that's it. Thank you. I knew there was something that worked on all three. I couldn't remember what it was.
So Bill, it's not nearly as fun teaching you something about Windows as it is trying to teach you something about Linux, because I think I've been able to do that 6 times in the 20 years that we've known each other.
You have you have absolutely bested me on Windows on regular occasions. This is great. I love that we are able to support each other's skill sets, and the same goes with all of you too. The reason why we want to use Discord is that you can all share what you know, and if we don't know, maybe somebody else on Discord does.
So Phil said, poor Bill, get help as your friend, LOL. So Phil, you're assuming that Bill has access to a Windows system. I would be shocked if there's less than a dozen systems running in Bill's house right now, and I can guarantee none of them are Windows.
I've got half a dozen within arm's reach.
Yes, I'd say there's probably 1 or 2 Macs, and then the rest are all Linux.
You are darn close. I think I do have a Windows machine downstairs. I can't remember if it still powers on anymore, but if everything went to hell in a handbasket.
It boots up to C://. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Simona said, hello from New Jersey. I sleep during the day, so technically it's my nighttime.
Yeah.
That is one of the cool things about this kind of work is, a lot of times you get to kind of be flexible with your hours. So that's kind of cool.
We also have someone joining us from Alaska and
Nice.
New Zealand and Australia. And someone else left a comment, I have been looking for this sort of webinar and would like to thank organizer for providing this training. And we'd like to thank you for joining us in this training. We've been
100%.
doing it for, has it been 2 years now? I think.
Close to 2 years, not quite.
Yeah, beginning of 2020, we started doing this. And we've had over 20,000 students take the training so far. So we're happy to still see new people joining us.
Petulia, you get an error running install tools, error subscribing to Universe repository. Keep in mind, these are designed to run on Ubuntu 18.04 and CentOS or RHEL 7. So if you're running a different Linux distribution, it probably won't work.
Well, they're saying they got it working on the Windows Linux subsystem. Is how I read
Spencer
that.
did. So a different person said that they did, and that's wonderful. I'm really thrilled that it worked. We don't make any promises, that's all.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
First, we got to build a Windows system and test it.
that's right. One other thing to keep in mind, we've got instructions on how to use either the pre-built VM or you build your own VM and you add the tools on top. If either of those don't work, you have a third option. And while we're not here as resellers of DigitalOcean, what we did was we wrote up some step-by-step instructions. Here's how to set up a virtual machine on DigitalOcean. You set it up with Ubuntu 18.04. You hear the commands you run. We try to include screenshots. They will ask you for a credit card to prove that you're over 18. Sometimes they give you a discount and sometimes they don't, and I honestly can't tell you why they choose to or not, but you may be able to do the entire class for free. And finally, you can use this for the 7 hours that we're in this class and a little bit afterwards, delete it at the end, and you're maybe out $3, $1.50, something like that. So you can absolutely pull it off there if neither of the other two approaches work. I had a person who gave a talk at a Linux users group on how easy it was to use a cloud provider, happened to be DigitalOcean, and to prove how easy it was, they did the entire virtual machine setup using nothing but their nose. Keyboard smelled a little bit at the end, but hey.
Oh, the things we do. I do remember like back in the day when Windows systems had 2 mouse buttons and Macintoshes only had 1. One of the arguments for only having a single button is that you could work the mouse with your foot. I was kind of like, really? Really? So please describe that use case to me where like, yeah. By the way, with Windows, you could just program it all to be one big button if you wanted to. So yeah.
All right.
Morning, my VM screen is quite small. Ooh, that sounds like a personal problem. In VMware Workstation, any suggestions? Yeah, there's usually like a little button to expand it, top right. The other thing you can do is you could always just SSH into it and use your SSH session. Let's see, I used the VirtualBox VM, but had to create a host-only network. Yeah, the VirtualBox instance is the one that I use, and I have it set up the same way I use it, which it should have all the network interfaces you need on it, but yeah, could have missed something.
I'm reposting Shelby's note about joining us in Discord. While you're welcome to ask questions in the questions box for GoToWebinar, we're encouraging all questions to head over to the Threat Hunter Community Discord. We're in the live webcast chat channel. I'm stealing Shelby's thunder yet again. But the reason why we encourage that is that we may not have the answer to your question. Somebody else who's taking the class may. So we would love to have you join there if you can, and we'll still do our best to answer questions over in GoToWebinar.
Yes, and we have actually passed the top of the hour, so I'm going to go over a few housekeeping notes real quick. If you still have questions, feel free to keep asking in Discord. There is one funny comment I want to say publicly real quick that Dave made because it's hilarious. My wife teaches the elderly and had a woman put the mouse on the floor and try to use her foot. That is definitely one way to try and do it.
Oh
Oh,
my.
see, yeah. So clearly she used to use a Mac.
Oh man. All
Oh, that's
right.
great.
And as Bill was mentioning, if you haven't joined us on Discord already, please do so now. We are in the live webcast chat channel. Directly below that, you'll see the ACM webcast content channel where you can find the link to download the VMs and the slide deck for today. If you haven't downloaded the VM already, please start doing so now. You won't have to use it for the first part of the class, but it is good to have it set up and ready to go before it's time to start doing the labs. We also got a question about certificates and recordings. Yes, this class is being recorded. We will post the recording within a few days onto our YouTube channel, and it'll also be posted on the same page where you're downloading the VM information. If you scroll to the bottom, you'll actually see the recording from the previous run that we did of this training. So we'll be replacing that with this recording in the next few days. We also had someone ask, is this the same VM from the class last week? I am not
Nope.
sure what class you're referring to from last
The
week.
packet decoding class.
Okay, yes.
So
So
that's
that is
actually a different VM.
Yes, that's a no. This is a different VM from the packet decoding class. However, if you have taken this 6-hour threat hunt training with us previously, that the last run that we did, and I think it was January, then no, it's the same VM as the last run of this course, but it
Yeah,
is different from packet decoding.
the packet decoding class, if you just run the install script, which is I think option 3 or 4, that'll install anything you're missing. You should be fine, but the platform's the same, so you should be ready to go. I also see one VM downloaded, not sure what it means to use my own Ubuntu. So if you have the VM, just go ahead and run the VM. You don't actually need to, that is a different option. Let's see, do I have a list of options here? Because that would make life easy. No, I don't. Okay. I must have pulled that slide out. I apologize. So your options are a VM that runs on VMware, a VM that runs on VirtualBox, or you can install your own Ubuntu system, whether it be locally or in the cloud, and then run that install script. Or Bill got a setup with DigitalOcean where you can just do an auto deploy to DigitalOcean with your nose. And I think they give you like, what is it, $20 worth of free usage or something like that, Bill?
They may, but we don't promise that. Sometimes people get
Okay.
it, sometimes people don't, and we have no idea why they sometimes do.
Let's see, someone was saying, I'm unable to run the install script, system update is running. So what that means is APT is already running in the background, patching your system. Wait 10 minutes, run the script again, it should be fine. Let's see, I would have loved to have downloaded, sadly. I balked at VirtualBox working nicely, but some Google foo helped me out. Yeah, or you could run the install script. And I think that's it for like stuff to get started. Question about the certs. If we don't do the labs, will we still receive the cert? Shelby?
Yes, so as long as you're joining us through GoToWebinar live during the training, you'll receive a certificate of attendance for the class. You don't necessarily need to do the labs, although we definitely recommend doing so because that's the best way to retain the material you learn. Wait, I'm also getting a question. Can we get the slide deck, please? And you can find the PDF of the slide deck in our Discord server and the ACM Webcast Talk content channel. It is also on the same web page where you downloaded the labs as well. And one more question I'm seeing, I want to make sure I cover. Someone said, can I ask questions after this session in this group, referring to our Discord server?
Yep.
Because they need 2 hours to download the VM material. And yes, of course you can. Our Threat Hunter community Discord server is an active community. So you'll notice there's a lot of channels that are just about different types of threat hunting in general. Feel free to post in all of those channels, become part of our community.
Well, not all at the same time and not spam.
Yes, yes. Relevant to what the channel's topic
There you
is.
go.
Feel
There
free to
you go.
post in them. And down in the active countermeasures section where we have the live webcast chat, we do frequently check that channel to see if there's any questions. So feel free to continue to ask questions even after the webcast is over. It is an active community and we are on it often.
Yeah, Alto said, my nose is too big for my keyboard. So Bill, I think we need to get one of those little drinking birds and just use that
Oh,
to go in and deploy to like DigitalOcean. That would make for a very cool video. So we
controlled
could
by a
actually,
Raspberry Pi. We're all set.
even better, even better. Cool. All right. And with that, I think we're ready to fly.
Awesome.
How to join the webcast.
You should have received an email with a link in, and that email will have been sent to the email that you registered under. Make sure you check your spam folder. Oh, sorry.
They can't hear you, Bill. So
They can hear you.
I
And
will reach out to
that is
them
just
in
the
Discord and
stupidest
let
thing
them
I've
know how
done
to
all
join
week.
the webcast if they aren't already here.
Man,
Bill, I could hear you.
I'm talking to somebody who can't hear me. I am so
Well, they
sorry.
haven't joined the webcast. So
I
Oh,
know,
okay.
exactly.
Okay, got it.
So I'll take care of them in Discord, but I think we are good to get started. Once again, thank you everybody for joining us today. And Chris, tossing it
Yeah,
over to you.
cool. Yeah, and I'm gonna kill the camera so we can just kind of focus on the slides. And yeah, we got a lot to get through, so strap in, let's go. All right, quick thank you to sponsors. This is Active Countermeasures sponsored, but you know, we're sister companies with Black & Hills, Antisyphon, Wild West Hacking Fest. All of those offer like webinars and training and free stuff that's just really cool. So we're definitely worth checking out. If you like this class and you feel like, gee, I wish I knew more about decoding going into this. Hey, I got a class on doing packet decoding. That's right here. If you do this class and you say, wow, this is really cool, I want to take it to the next level, got a class around that too. So a couple of links to kind of continue your training if you feel like you need to back up a little bit or if you just want to hit the gas and go forward. Before we get started, we've been talking about this. So one of the two VMs, either the one for VirtualBox or the one for, VM Workstation, download those, run them. As we said, they don't need internet access. It'd be nice, but it's definitely not a requirement. When you boot those up, there is no graphical user interface. So if it boots up, gets to a command line and you think something's wrong, nope, that's a feature. I kept X Windows off of there just to try and reduce the size of the VMs so you can log in directly at the console, or you should be able to just SSH into the box as well. That's another possibility. If you can't download the VMs for whatever reason, Bill has created an install script for us. So build your own Ubuntu 18 system, run that install script, and that could be a local VM, that could be within a private infrastructure as a service environment, that could be in a public cloud. That install script, you can run it anywhere. And you'll be up and going for doing the labs. If you do one of our installs, here's your login information. And that's also for sudo, that'll get you in and get you to do whatever you need to do. I do monitor Discord for questions. I don't monitor GoToMeeting because there's just too many places to try and look all the time. So yeah. So logistics. So we're going to do a 10-minute break at the top of each hour. When we're halfway through the class, we'll do a 20-minute break. And like I said, let's use Discord for discussion. Two reasons. One is it gives me one place to only have to look. But the other is that there are people in the audience that are smarter in some of these topics than I am. And I'm okay admitting that. But what's cool about that is everybody jumps in and helps each other out. I will say this is a team environment, meaning that we don't look kindly to people giving crap to others. I've only seen it once in our community, and that's it, and that's been awesome. but I do like to kind of throw this out anyway, just that, you know, if you feel the need to tell somebody, you know, you should have read the fact, or that's too simple of a question, maybe you shouldn't be here, or just, you know, something else that's insulting, please go play someplace else. Where we all start somewhere. We all start learning somewhere. One of the fun things about the internet is that I can go back and find things that I posted to various mailing lists back in like the early 90s, and oh my God, was I a moron. I look at some of the questions I was asking, like, really? I didn't know that, really? But that's true for all of us. We all start somewhere. So please be cognitive that other people might be starting this journey later than you, and that's okay. We can be here to support each other, and you know, that's what makes all of this cool. I also wanted to kind of throw down that what I'm going to teach you today is very different from what everybody else teaches. I taught for SANS for like 15, 16 years. One of the things I did for them was I wrote their centralized logging classes. And one of the things I learned about with that is that it just doesn't really work. And that kind of put me on a journey to kind of look at what does work. And that's where this content comes from. It's easy to have cognitive bias, meaning that it's easy for us to kind of get caught up in what we normally do and what everybody says we do and what our attestations say we should do, even though the data shows it's wrong. And that's where I'm kind of going with this class. So kind of keep an open mind. If you hear me say some things that could directly disagree with some folks, give me some time to kind of explain it out. Now let's start with like, what do attacks look like today, right? And one of the things that really makes me nervous is that a lot of our precautions are based around the lone hacker sitting in the basement trying to do mass propagation, right? If you think about like threat intel lists, what is that? That is, hey, that IP attacked me, so they might attack you, so you should know about that. You know, a lot of endpoint software kind of is based on, well, that malware infected you, so we'll write a signature so we can detect it if that malware tries to infect somebody else. When you look at what we do with trying to catch the bad guys, we tend to go in and write signatures in our centralized logging solution, typically referred to as a SIM. And we write signatures to match the patterns that the bad guys have used in the past because, hey, you know, mass propagation, that attack may come back at us again. And a lot of what we do is revolving around that. And it's wrong. It's wrong because that's not what we need to worry about today. I have absolutely no worries about the script kiddie in the basement. My worries are about nation states. My worries are about organized groups that are figured out that this can be a very profitable model to go through and follow. And when you start involving money, whether it be at the you know, just the evil adversary level or the nation state level, once you start adding in money, the possibilities, you know, grow exponentially. Like, why use the same malware over and over again? We have a team of software writers. They can customize the malware for every environment we go after. Why use the same infrastructure over and over again? We can compromise multiple systems. There are cloud environments that take Bitcoin that allow us to remain anonymous. There's no reason to do that, and they don't do that. So if we're devising our protections around trying to play catch up, we're going to miss the boat. And, you know, a great example, Sunburst. Sunburst broke everybody. You know, one of the things they did with Sunburst was they broke into SolarWinds, added malicious code to the code base, and then SolarWinds digitally signed that code and then pushed it out to their thousands of customers. Well, any endpoint solution that did application whitelisting, that said, hey, the only applications that can run are ones that have an approved digital certificate, guess what? They ran that malware. And they never caught it, or at least that software was incapable of catching it. That's why it flew under the radar so long. One of the things that was kind of a vindication for me is that the techniques that we teach in this class, for the folks that were doing this, they caught Sunburst long before FireEye made an announcement about it. They were able to go in and detect it on their networks. So again, we need to adapt to this new model that they're using. And like I said, the whole signature writing thing doesn't work. Doesn't work. It's low-hanging fruit at best. It is kind of that thing you do that's warm fuzzy that doesn't really help anything. That's really what's going to, you know, writing these signatures happen to do for us. A lot of it is you don't really have any context, right? Like, oh, somebody ran PowerShell. Okay, 75% of the time, that might be a valid signature that you want to go and investigate, but sometimes IT runs it. Sometimes users do just happen to, play around with stuff on their system and they're trying to see what they can do with PowerShell, and then that triggers it. Well, if 25% of the time or more, you're getting false positives, well, now you've tuned the alert out, you've learned to ignore it, whatever the case may be. We need techniques that we don't become numb to. And that's one of my biggest problems with centralized logging and alerting, is an awful lot of it is simply around how do I ignore this stuff because it's going off all the time and it doesn't actually mean anything. And a lot of it comes back down to the basis that the system wasn't really designed to do this. When you look at syslog, which is our kind of common denominator for transmitting logs between systems, there's other formats out there, but this is kind of our lowest common denominator that everybody plays to. There's no severity level of security. So syslog is made up of two things, facility and severity, and that generates a priority number, and the priority number is what we use to go through and kind of figure out how to sort and alert on those logs. Facility is the type of log. So, is it an email connection? Is it, an FTP transfer? Is this involved with like moving files? Is it, with the local system auditing? It's the type of log that it is. What kind of application stack does it fall into? Severity is how important is it? Is this just informational? Is this something that's critical? The system's on fire. Yeah, that's pretty critical, right? You want a critical alert to go off for that. Severity is where we really need a security designation, and we don't have it. We're probably never going to get it, because that would allow application writers to say, hey, when this log entry gets generated, that's something security related. You should pay attention to that. We don't have that, which is why we end up doing the pattern matching all the time. Thus, we end up in a position where we're only looking for things that happened to us in the past, when we need to be trying to figure out what are the attackers doing in the future. The other problem with using centralized logging to try and find the bad guys is that this is a failed open system. What do I mean by that? I mean that you try to collect logs from everything, but you probably don't. I have yet to find a single environment that actually does, even when you start getting into like, military and critical networks like that, they don't. There's always some hardware device or something out there that doesn't report log entries. So you always end up with something that isn't going to catch this. I'll give you a good example. We had back in the early days of AC Hunter, we had an initial customer that came in. It was one of our first ones, and they monitored their network. They watched everything, and they went through and deployed AC Hunter. And once they did, they detected something on the network that they hadn't detected through any other means. They came back to us within like a day or two and said, hey, so we're seeing some stuff that we think might be a problem, but we want you to sanity check. And they had 3 IP addresses that were contacting out to Quanzhou, China, like once every 5 minutes. And we looked at that and said, do you have a business partner in Quanzhou, China? No. Do you have a field office in Quanzhou, China? No. Do you have a software vendor in Quanzhou, China? Not that we're aware of. Yeah, this is a problem. If you can't explain why your systems are in regular communications with that host, that's something worth paying attention to. So they ran it down. It turned out to be 3 IP-based cameras that their facilities team had bought off of Amazon. And they had no syslog facility. Although quite honestly, they were compromised from the vendor. It looked like they were taking pictures and sending them off to Quanzhou, China. Hey, there's a great way to get business intel, right? Just bug all your cameras that people are buying and just offer them up for cheap. I'm only going to charge you a small amount of money to steal your intellectual property. How good of me. Yeah, there was no logging facility, but even if there was, they never would have caught that. But by watching the network and looking for things like, hey, my internal system seems to be talking all the time to this host out on the internet, and I can't identify an immediate business need for that, that's how you catch the new stuff that's coming through. So like I said, signature matching, yeah, this just doesn't work. And quite honestly, this is why we moved away from this in AV. This is why we went to application whitelisting and other technologies like that, because the signature matching just doesn't work anymore. There's too much malware getting generated all the time. And what we're doing is old. You know, when you talk about like, hey, let's take our logs, send them to a central location and pattern match on what we know to be bad, been doing that since the 80s. You know, see, I'm not big on like throwing in little pictures, but I threw this one in specifically because that was the fashion in the 80s. You know, we wouldn't dress like that now. We can't imagine dressing like that anytime in the recent history. And yet the technology, you know, when you're doing centralized logging, pattern matching on known bad guys, this is what you're doing. The only security technology we have that predates this is packet filtering, and not even stateful inspection, just rudimentary packet filtering, and we've moved on for that. So this is kind of our oldest technology we haven't really innovated that we're continuing to try to use, and then we get surprised when it doesn't work. We get surprised when the bad guys get in, get a beachhead on our network, run rampant for 6 months, and we still don't even know that they're there. This is part of the reason why. So I keep saying it's broken, it's broken, it's broken. Is there data? Yeah, there is. There's a lot of data out here. I've got a couple of links for you here. But basically, here's what it comes down to. When you look at, when you take successful intrusions into a network, they tend to fall into one of two categories. They're either ransomware based or they're advanced persistent threat. And the ransomware is starting, it peaked for a while, it's starting to go down. Because what they found was locking up your hard drive and charging you money, they're not making money off of that anymore. But if they break in and they steal your data and then charge you to get it back, they can also charge your customers to make sure that that doesn't get released. So imagine I breach a hospital and I lock down their drives. The hospital is willing to pay X amount of money per system based on how difficult the recovery is going to be, right? Now, what if I break into that hospital and I steal all their medical records? Well, the hospital would probably be willing to pay more money to not have all of those records revealed to the public and have them be identified as being the source than they would to try and get back the hard drives on their systems. Further, now I can go to each one of those individuals and try and extort them individually as well. So as you can see, advanced persistent threat, stealing the data, having some way to exfiltrate out information, that's where the money is these days. That's why it's moving that way. One of the challenges we ran into was when ransomware was popular, we started seeing numbers that looked like we were getting better at identifying attacks. In other words, we were running about a 6-month period of time between when an attacker gets a beachhead and when we detect it. And then the ransomware made it look smaller. And part of the reason for that was we were skewing the numbers, because ransomware would get in, lock up the hard drive, and within a week, pop up something on the screen that says, hey, your drive's been encrypted, you know, pay this amount of Bitcoin to this you know, account if you want to get your drive back. And we'd look at that and say, yay, we detected them in 5 days. No, we didn't. The attacker was done at that point, right? No, you can't count that as a detection. That's like someone broke into my house, stole a bunch of stuff, stole all my televisions and computers, and then came back the next day and said, hi, yeah, I'm the one who stole your computers. Can my local police claim we're solving crimes in less than 24 hours? Well, no, of course not. They had nothing to do with it, right? This is kind of that same thing. So when you pull that short-lived ransomware out of the equation, we're back up over 6 months again. So from when an attacker gets a beachhead on a network, the average dwell time is they're on that network for 6 months or more before they get detected. And more than 50% of the time, it's detected by an outside third party. So again, to kind of pick on Sunburst again for a minute, it was SolarWinds that got compromised, but a little over 6 months later, it was FireEye that announced that they had been compromised. They didn't even figure it out themselves. Unfortunately, that's kind of where we're at from a normal perspective. One of the numbers, and I didn't include this one particular link, but Verizon does a breach report every year. And one of the things in the Verizon report really spooked me, which was for folks that are processing credit cards. They were running 2% detection by checking their logs. PCI requires you to check your logs. That's their way of trying to find out if the bad guys are there. It has no threat hunting as part of their attestation, which blows my mind, right? And it's also why we're in a position where you can get your PCI attestation while you're in a compromised state, because there's no requirement to check to see if you're in a compromised state ahead of time. They haven't gotten around to figuring that out yet. But for the folks that are processing credit cards, 2% of them are detecting attacks by checking their logs. Think about that for a second. That's 1 out of every 50 attacks. So imagine going to your boss and saying, I need X amount of money in budget to be able to secure our network, but I will probably only be able to catch 1 out of every 50 times we get compromised if we spend this money. What do you think your chances are of getting that money? Not much, right? So like I said, centralized logging, it's just not working. We need better solutions. So what's a better solution? One of the ones I'm advocating for here is threat hunting. Threat hunting is a compromise assessment, right? So think about today, right? If you're not doing threat hunting in your environment today, imagine I'm your boss and I come to you and I say, hey, are we safe? Are any of our systems compromised? What's your answer going to be? Your answer is going to be, I think so, because I haven't seen any alerts. In other words, I'm hoping for the best because I have not observed a negative situation, is basically what you're saying. So I don't honestly know for sure, but I'm assuming we're safe because I haven't seen an alert. Now with threat hunting, you're actively checking every single IP address on the network. You're specifically looking for indicators of compromise. You're looking to see, is this thing acting like a host that's been compromised, yes or no? Well, with threat hunting, when your boss comes to you and says, are we safe? Are we okay? Are any of our systems compromised? Now you get to say, yep, I think we're good because I've assessed every IP address connected to our network and none of them showed any indications of being in a current compromised state. Think about the difference between those two statements. With one, we don't see a negative, so we hope for the best, right? It's kind of like saying, well, I look out my window and I don't see war, so therefore there must not be any war in the world to worry about. No, we all know that's not a true statement at this moment, right? So again, a threat hunting is an active thing, not a passive thing. With the logs, it's passive. I didn't see alerts, so I think I'm okay. With threat hunting, we're checking. It's an activity that we need to go in and do. Threat intel feeds, I talked about this one. This was great when it was mass propagation, not so much now. These infrastructures move around all the time. And a lot of the problems you run into is that a lot of these are kind of publicly fed and not everybody knows what they're doing, right? So this is one of Microsoft's bots for Bing. This goes out and this crawls the web. It's a web crawler, right? And yet look at just some of these reports, just block it. Runs all Java on a page. Yeah, that's what a web crawler is supposed to do. And yet this thing's getting reported 142 times as being malicious. So one of my issues with threat intel is they're not going to keep using the same infrastructure. They're going to move to a new one before they come after you. And B, the data that's in there is suspect at best. And if it has any value at all, it's very short-lived. One of the things you don't see is, hey, you matched against a threat intel entry that was just created an hour ago. Okay, that would mean something to me. But most of the time it's, hey, you just matched on a threat intel entry that somebody reported 3 months ago. Who cares, right? It's Amazon Cloud. So someone else is probably using that IP address by now. Well, can I use a network-based intrusion detection system for this, right? Because we're talking about doing stuff on the network, and anytime we start doing stuff on the network, the two technologies that come up right away are firewalls and network-based intrusion detection, right? Unfortunately, no. The problem is the attackers are usually headed out, not in, and we tend to have pretty passive rules for letting people out. And even if they're not passive, if we try to get specific, all we need to do is say, hey, let out DNS queries from my DNS server, and all of a sudden they've got a C2 channel they can go through and use. So it's really hard to use a firewall to try and control C2 traffic. The other possibility is this stuff is easy to massage and change anytime a signature gets created. So for example, this is Sericata with the bleeding edge, threat list installed. And I ran it through a data set that had both Empire and DNS-Cat2, which are both command and control channels that are freely available on GitHub and have been available for years. So this isn't like something Bill wrote for me. This is something that's out there. And oh, by the way, DNS-Cat2, that was used against the Ukrainians probably about 6 or 7 years ago. And yet, that isn't what it went through and caught, right? What it caught was, oh, hey, somebody just plugged in a USB drive and now it's trying to pull drivers down off of the Microsoft site. Okay, that's interesting, but that's not a C2 channel, right? This is saying, hey, somebody did a query for a host within the .cc domain, and sometimes bad guys use that to try and make it look like a well-known .com domain. It isn't telling me if that was what actually happened here or not, and I'll tell you it wasn't. But I've got 3 alerts that went off that to me are, who cares? What I care about is the C2 channels. I have 2 currently compromised systems by different threat actors that are bleeding out to the internet over 2 different command and control channels, and it doesn't even make a blip on the radar. Yeah, it's a problem. That's a problem. So I kind of started rolling into this already a little bit. What should threat hunting be? This needs to be a proactive validation of all systems. So it's not sit back and wait for an alert. This is, we have a procedure, we have a process, a run book, call it what you will, to actively check all of our systems to make sure they're not in a current compromised state. And we're going to execute that at some frequency. And it could be once a month, it could be once a week. We might have a third party do it quarterly. We might do it every day. We might do it multiple times a day to make sure that we're catching stuff. But it needs to be a proactive activity. It needs to include everything, not just desktops and servers. You know, when we do centralized logging and alerting, we tend to get desktop servers and network gear, and that's it. What about all the IoT devices that get plugged in? What about the printers? What about, the bring your own device to work type of thing? What about those systems? What about our end users that are out on the internet and we haven't disabled split tunneling, so they have direct internet access, but they're also coming in over a VPN and have access to our internal resources? Shouldn't we be checking those to make sure they're not currently in a compromised state? That might be something we want to include in. So this is something that we execute without making any assumptions about whether we're currently in a secure state or not. It's literally follow the data. So what does threat hunting do for us? Where does it kind of fit in the overall map of how we go through and secure our network? To me, this fills a gap that has never been filled in by anything in the past, not consistently. When you look at our security tools, they tend to fall into 1 or 2 buckets. They're either the stuff we do to keep the bad people out, right? Or it's the stuff we do once we figure out, oh, hey, these didn't work, they got in, and we need to recover now that they got in. So everything tends to be either protection-based or response-based. What we've been missing, what we've tried to fill in with centralized logging and it just doesn't work, is how do we figure out when our protections have failed and we need to go into response mode? That's what threat hunting does for us. Threat hunting is that last ditch to be able to say, hey, all these layers we have to keep the bad people out, they didn't work. There's a box that's now, beaconing out to Quanzhou, China, or it's beaconing out to this known cloud provider that takes Bitcoin. We need to go in and pay attention to that system. We didn't get any alerts. We didn't, our endpoint software didn't trigger on it. We didn't get any centralized logs trigger, but it's talking to somebody all the time that I just don't understand. That's something that now becomes worth investigating. Now, you're gonna hear different things. So threat hunting is in between protection and response. Yes, exactly. So this is what fills that gap for us. Threat hunting is what we use to figure out our protections have failed, and we need to fall into these categories now, right? So, and it's a fuzzy line sometimes for threat hunters. Like you go in and you figure out a system's been compromised. Where do you stop? The line for me is doing anything that an attacker might detect or might potentially taint that system. You know, in other words, if I figure out that system's been compromised, I'm not going to log into that system and start getting a list of running processes and imaging and all of that. No, 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 because an attacker could see me at that point. What I can pull off the wire or what I can pull off of logs and I can figure out that way so they don't see me coming, that is what threat hunting encompasses. Once you need to move away from that, once you need to get into, hey, we need to do a forensic analysis of the system or whatever, the first thing we need to do, go into incident response mode. And we need to have a plan in place on what to do. One of the biggest mistakes I see in a lot of plans is, oh, hey, we'll take the system offline. That sounds good, right? Here's the problem. A lot of times that box is not the only thing on your network that's compromised. Here's how I would go after networks. So I would go in, figure out, you know, go in and look at Indeed, look at LinkedIn, look at who, you know, what type of skills are you hiring? What type of skills do people have? So if I see, you know, a bunch of your security people have checkpoint experience, great. I know there's a checkpoint firewall I got to worry about. If a bunch of people, you know, if you hired for folks looking for McAfee experience, great. I know you're running McAfee on your endpoint. So what do I need to do to get around that? So I'm going to go through, size you up, send in some email or something to get somebody to click something they shouldn't have, get an initial beachhead. And then the next thing I'm going to do is move laterally because my beachhead is brittle. By that, I mean, I've gotten access to a system. Well, what if that system gets turned off? What if that system shuts down and goes home for the night? What if that system gets replaced by another one? What if that person quits? What if that person gets fired? So I have a brittle connection to your network. I want to create redundancy as quickly as possible. So the first thing I'm going to do is move laterally. And as I compromise additional systems, I'm going to leave them very stealthy. So the primary system that I broke into, that might call in to check for marching orders. What does it want me to do? Maybe once a minute or once every 5 minutes. It'll be some fairly quick interval. But for those secondary systems I've now gone out and compromised, those may only call home every 6 to 8 hours. So now what happens is when you take that system offline, because you think that's good hygiene as part of your incident handling process, my command and control server figures out, hey, that C2 server has gone offline. So the next time one of the other systems call in, now it'll go through and tell the first one that calls in, hey, you're now the primary channel into the network. Change your dwell time from once every 8 hours to once every minute, and bang, I'm back up and I'm cooking for gas. But I'm cooking with gas knowing you got access, you may have detected me on that other system. So now I'm going to start acting very differently on your system, on your network. So one of the first things we need to do as part of an incident handling process is we need to go in and identify scope. We need to go in and look at, hey, if we had a compromised box that's calling out to a C2 server, is anybody else doing that? Maybe we need to go through like 2 or 3 days worth of firewall logs to see, did anybody else talk to that IP address? Oh, well, we don't log outbound traffic, Chris. We only worry about inbound traffic. Well, then you're blind. You're never going to see, you're never going to be able to go through and do this assessment. That's something you need to think about. When I've been on the blue team side, it is not uncommon to go in and find one system that, like I said, is beaconing home like every 30 seconds, every minute. It's easy to see, but find a dozen, 14 other systems that are only calling home every 6 to 8 hours. We've all heard the horror stories of, hey, yeah, somebody broke into our network, we cleaned them off the system, and somehow they got back in a couple of hours later. They didn't get back in. They were always there. You just didn't detect them yet. So we need some, you know, so again, good incident handling process to make sure that you don't miss anything like that. Yeah, Steve Gitson has some amazing stories. Yeah, that's definitely a good one. Let's see. So based on the earlier slide, starting with the average time is 6 months before detection of persistence. Is there a frequency? Let's see. So yeah, so what Bill said, it's not like we're stuck living with that. That statistic to me is, this is the biggest problem we have in security today. And I mean that, you know, it's not just because we're doing this class. I honestly, truly feel that way, because everything else you look at, there's technology to help us out. It's just a matter of whether we're going to choose to deploy it, and whether we're going to choose to deploy it correctly, right? We could do 2-factor, 3-factor, 7-factor authentication if we wanted to, right? There's a way to solve that problem. There's a way to go through and make sure our cloud instances are properly locked down. You know, all of these problems that people say, oh, we need to worry about this, the solution's out there. It's just a matter of whether we choose to use them. This is the one that we haven't been able to really solve until recently. That 6-month gap is there because we haven't had the technology. You know, we're talking about assessing every system on the internal network. How do you do that at scale, especially in a large environment? This is some of the challenges we'll talk through how to deal with, you know, as we go through this class. But that is what's kind of held this up, is the ability to go through and do this at scale for large environments. We have that ability now. You know, now is the time to go through and leverage that. So you're gonna hear different folks talk about threat hunting. I tuned into a threat hunting summit that was done by a well-known organization that I won't mention, that really made me very sad. It made me very sad because their keynote speaker came on to talk about threat hunting and basically said, oh, threat hunting is just a rebranding. I've been doing threat hunting for 12 years. Aren't I awesome? That's cognitive bias. When you get older, right? So I'm in my 50s. A lot of the SINS instructors are too. When you get in your 50s, you want to feel like you're still relevant. You want to still feel like you have something to offer. You don't want to feel like a technology just drove around you and went by and you didn't even notice. So for ego's sake, it's really easy to want to believe, oh, it's stuff I've been doing all the time anyway. I'm still relevant. So I think it's still checking alerts and stuff like that. And this person sat there and talked about, yeah, it's checking alerts. It's checking your NIDs. It's, you know, writing signatures. No, it's not that. That is signature checking. We've been doing that for years. That's the stuff that doesn't work. Threat hunting is proactive, right? When I look at this, you know, managing SOC alerts, that's not proactive. I'm waiting for an alert to go off before I do that. Checking logs for suspect activities. That's not really proactive because I don't know if I'm actually logging the right things and I don't know if I'm getting logs from everything that I need to get them from. Check dashboards for unusual activity. Well, it's only unusual if I've programmed the system to look at it the right way to know that it's unusual. Monitor and respond to EDR alerts. Again, that's responsive. None of this is threat hunting. Threat hunting is proactive. I don't know if I'm compromised or not. I am going to go sit down right now and figure that question out. Okay, so I keep talking about, you know, threat hunting and, you know, what is this? What's the goal here? The goal is to come up with one of two dispositions for every single system that's connected to the network. Disposition number one, I'm pretty certain that system's still in a safe state. I'm still pretty certain it's pristine. I'm not seeing any indicators that it's currently in a compromised state. Possibility number two, I'm pretty certain that system's compromised and we're going to have a bad day. I think we need to go in an incident response mode and we need to investigate it a little bit further. Now, I have a third disposition listed here, but this one to me is just transitory. You know, I'm not sure. I don't know. I see some data that says it looks like it's okay. I see some data that hints it might be bad. I don't know. That third state, I need to come up with a plan to get enough data to be able to come back and come up with one of those first two answers. In other words, saying I don't know is not an option. Now, this is the job of a threat hunter. It sounds kind of easy, right? Oh, this is all I have to do, just check the state of every system. Yeah, that's it. That's it. But what's involved with checking the state of every system? There's an awful lot of work that goes into that. And there's some key knowledge you need, which hopefully we're going to be able to convey to you as part of this class. Okay, so I need to check the state of every system. How do I do that? Because one of the challenges I run into is, you know, we've got Windows, we've got Mac, we've got Linux, and the operating systems are different. There are different tools available. There are different technique possibilities to go through and do an assessment on them. I need different skill sets for each of those. And all that does is take care of the computers. What about the network gear? How do I go through and deal with that? How do I check, you know, the local printers or the thermal probe that is running out of the manufacturing floor that reports back to the local PCL? And oh, how do I check the PCL? How do we check all this stuff? Host-based just doesn't scale easily, but the network does. One of the nice things about looking for things on the network is the great equalizer. IP is IP, meaning if it's IP traffic coming out of a Windows system, the same type of IP traffic is coming out of that PCL. I can check them both the same way to see if they're currently in a compromised state or not. Now, there will be some idiosyncrasies with each. You know, the way Windows generates its IP traffic is going to be different than the way that the PCL does. But there are certain characteristic traits we can go looking for, like persistency of connection, that it would be common between them. What do I mean by persistency of connection? I mean, let's say I've got a Windows system and it's calling out to an IP address in Europe at once a minute, every minute, and I have no field offices, business partners, or anything in Europe. That clearly is something to investigate, right? Well, what if my PCL is doing that? Oh yeah, I'd want to look at that too. What if my router is doing that? Oh yeah, I'd want to look at that too, right? That's what I mean by consistency. We can go in looking for a certain type of criteria and ignore what the operating system is. We don't care. We don't care about what platform it happens to be on unless we see something suspect, right? If we're seeing that persistency, if we're seeing that call out to, you know, Europe taking place or evil.ru or whatever, if we're seeing that on a regular basis, yeah, now we might care about the platform because we're going to about to dive deeper on that system. But as far as catching that initial indicator of that system may be compromised, we're doing it the same way regardless of what the platform is. So start on the network. What do I mean about persistency? This is what I mean about persistency. So don't worry about what this tool is just yet, right? Focus on this graph. This graph is a plot of traffic on the network that was coming from this IP address and going to that IP address over a 24-hour period of time. My x-axis here is time. Every one of these bars represents an hour. So it looks like this thing may have gotten shut down towards the end here. My y-axis is quantity. It is how many times during that hour did this IP address connect to that IP address using TCP port 80 is what it looks like we have here. Notice anything interesting about this? It's consistent, right? More importantly, it's persistent. It's going on all the time. There's something really important about this system to our internal host, right? It's not opportunistic. It's not like, you know, google.com where, hey, there's a human behind the keyboard and they need to search for something every now and then. We're not seeing that. We might see a couple connections here, a couple connections here, you know, some over there. That's not what's going on here. This is clearly programmed in, right? This is also interesting to me. What is this? So this system is connecting to that system. Over this 24-hour period of time, it connected 9,063 times. One of the things that's interesting to look at is how often is it connecting it, right? We know it's about 120 times an hour because we've got one, you might be able to read it, might not on your slide, depends how big your window is, but this number is 120, right where this red line is. So that tells me, oh, it's connecting in about every 30 seconds, right? That's a ballpark number. This actually breaks down how often are we seeing different dwell times. So yeah, it's connecting out every 30 seconds, but it only did that 800 times. More predominantly, it was checking in every 28 or 29 seconds, but sometimes it was checking in every 27 seconds, and every now and then, but very rarely, it checked in every 31 seconds. In other words, the frequency that it's calling home at is getting varied. This is what's referred to as jitter. This is one of the things, one of the techniques an attacker uses to try and hide the fact that they're causing a persistent connection to take place. There's a certain math algorithm I'll talk about later that most tools rely on to try and catch. This is what's referred to as a beacon. It's calling out on a regular basis. There's a certain math algorithm that a lot of tools rely on to detect this type of activity, and it falls down flat on its face as soon as you introduce jitter like this. So this is an indication to me that, yeah, someone's trying to hide the fact that they're beaconing. This is what's going on here. But notice what happens when we start shoving stuff in 1 hour buckets. Forget about the jitter. It's real easy to visualize and see this is something that's worth paying attention to, right? There's persistency here. Now, what if I see this, right? This looks really suspicious to me. But maybe it's not enough for me to hit the big red button and tell my team we need to go in incident response mode. In other words, as soon as I do that, my boss gets involved and my boss writes my review. And I don't want to be perceived as Chicken Little, right? I don't want to be saying, whoa, I think the system's compromised, and I'm saying that 2 or 3 times a week and I'm always wrong. I want to be really sure. Now, all the indicators are kind of leaning towards that. This line here usually identifies what fully qualified domain name did this system look up and get this IP address back as an answer right before it went in and made the connection. Notice there's no name here. So this tells me it knows about this IP address ahead of time and it's connecting out to it. That makes it suspicious. So there's a lot here to tell me this is suspicious. But what if I'm just like, yeah, I need to be sure before I go in and check it? Well, this is where having a link into your host logs might actually come in handy. If I can go into my host log and say, hey, this internal IP address, when it was connecting to that IP address over this date time range, what application was running on that system that would do that? And we actually have an open source project called Beaker that allows you to answer that question. We've integrated that into our commercial tool, which is what you're looking at here. So when you click on the little Beaker icon, you come up with a screen like this. And all this screen is saying is, hey, when that IP address was connecting to that IP address over that time frame you specified, this was the tool that was doing it. Now it says PowerShell, and we may already know to go looking for PowerShell, right? But what if this said something else? What if this looked like a standard Windows binary? Well, if all we did was check logs, we may miss it, right? But here we have the context of knowing it's connecting to an IP address and I don't understand why. That allows it to kind of stick out as being more suspicious. So we could have our internal IT, let's say we're in an environment where IT uses PowerShell to do a lot of configuration on the endpoints, and we can't do a host check to see if anybody's running PowerShell because we use it all the time. People are running it when they log in a lot. So what do? Well, simply apply context. PowerShell only matters now when it's constantly connecting to an IP address out on the internet. No more false positives anymore, right? No false positives in this situation. All right, what are the minimal requirement network log types to be able to start performing an effective network threat hunting? We will get into that when we get into tools. Short answer for now is the more data, the better. I'm a big proponent of 24 hours. Now, with that said, some environments may be able to get away with less, like 12 hours. Some environments might want to have a lot more, like a week. It really depends upon what is the value of what you're trying to protect. And like I said, I'll go down that rabbit hole more as we go through. So where to start? Start on the network. How much data to analyze? Like I said, 24 hours is kind of my window. Now, what if you have stuff that would be really interesting to a nation state? Maybe you need to be looking at things in the context of a week. But for most of us in the commercial world, 24 hours is fine. If you can't do 24 hours, if you can at least do 12, it's something. Sunburst to me is kind of my lowest common denominator, right? Because those are the type of attacks that we need to deal with, especially what's going on in the geopolitical world these days. Sunburst would call home once every 15 minutes, plus or minus a minute and a half. So stop and think about how many times do I need to see a system connect out in order to figure out that there's persistency there. And the reason most threat hunting tools missed Sunburst is because they're trying to look at 20 minutes worth of data or less. Well, at 20 minutes worth of data or less, that compromised host was only calling out once, maybe twice. 1 or 2 data points isn't really enough to figure out this persistency. So it's going off about 4 times an hour. How many hours of data do I need to figure out that's a persistent connection? To me, 12 hours minimum, 24 hours is better. With 24 hours, it's connecting home 100 times over that 24-hour period of time. I should absolutely be able to figure out this persistency of connection when it connects out 100 times over 24 hours. Analyze communications in pairs. What do I mean by that? I mean, we need to scrutinize every connection every system's doing to every IP address that it's talking to. And in some cases, we may want to look at our internal IP address and what fully qualified domain names they're looking at, because those might actually end up getting load balanced over multiple IPs. There's a lot of checks that need to be done. We do have some tools that help automate the process, and we'll talk about those when we get in towards the end. Now, one of the things you want to make sure you don't end up in a situation of is that you kind of get wrapped around the axle, meaning that it's easy to kind of look at a system and say, this looks good, this looks bad, this looks good, this looks bad, this looks good, looks bad, and basically you can't do anything, right? Because you don't know if it's something that's bad enough or not. So one of the things I like to work with is a threat score system. Go in and assign things. Hey, there's persistency of connection. Okay, that adds in 80 points. It's going to a fully qualified domain name I don't recognize. Okay, that adds in another 10, 20 points. It's making the same HTTP connection over and over and over again to that same host. Okay, that just added in another 10, 20 points. We're up to 100. Definitely want to go in and investigate that host, right? Or maybe we added in 80 because it's persistency of connection. And then we said, oh, hey, that fully qualified domain name, it's a system within windows.com. And that's a Microsoft system. Oh, okay, yeah, subtract 60, right? Bring that number back down because it's talking to a known host. We expect Windows systems to call home to Microsoft all the time. So this connection is probably okay. This is something I can add to my safe list. So you're going to have some characteristics that will be major modifiers, like the persistency of connection, like the I recognize who they're actually talking to. There'll be minor ones, like, hey, that connection, that system was negotiated TLS differently. It's a Windows 10 system, and it negotiated the TLS connection differently versus all my other Windows 10 systems. Okay, that's interesting. That might be something worth worrying about, but we all kind of end up with one-off sometimes, so that might actually be okay. So that would only be a minor modifier for me. But what the scores allow me to do is to kind of add some sanity around, okay, as soon as I hit a certain point range, so anything that scores 80 to 100 points, that's we're going to assume is compromised, and we're going to do further investigation. Anything that scores 40 points or less, yeah, that's safe. Don't worry about those. Anything between 40 and 80 points, we need more data. We need to push the needle more in one direction or the other to figure out what we want to do. So this is what the scoring system does for us, is it just kind of helps us, stay the course and kind of have a consistent way to go through and analyze each of our systems as we go through. Now, what's a good processing order? Let me leave you with this before we go in and take a break. The process that I have found works best, and you can make modifications off of this if you want to, is to first go in and look for persistency of connection. First thing. So one or twosie opportunistic, don't worry about it. Connecting all the time, all day long, worry about it. Persistency of connection is the first thing I go looking for. Anytime persistency has been found, which, oh, by the way, when you think about how many connections left your network to different IP addresses out on the internet, there's probably hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions taking place every day. So we need to figure out how are we going to reduce the number that we're spending a lot of time on as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Pulling out only the ones that there was persistency is one of the quickest ways to go through and do that. Once I do that, the next thing I always go in and look for is there an identifiable business need for the connection? It's a Windows system calling home to Microsoft. Yeah, don't worry about that. That's the next thing I always go looking for. After that, I'll go in and I'll look for abnormal protocol behavior. After that, I'll do a deeper reputation check on that external IP address. After that, I'll do a deeper investigation of the internal system. And at that point, yeah, hey, it's safe or it's not. So these are our, basically they're 4 steps. Persistency, well, I guess I'm adding in a 5. Persistency, quick reputation check. Just a quick check of what were they connecting to and does that make sense? Protocol behavior, a deeper dive on the external IP, deeper dive on the internal IP. Why not switch these? Why not have internal come before external? Because what I found is most environments are horrible at knowing what their internal systems are doing. They have very little visibility of that. We actually have better data on the external side. So that's why I have that in there that way. Now, if your environment is different, if you have your internal systems locked down, you may want to swap the order of these two. It's totally up to you. All right, and with that said, it is top of the hour. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back and keep going from there. All right, we got another minute before we're going to get started, but I did want to kind of hit some of the commentary that was in Discord. Thank you, Bill, for jumping in. Doc mentioned, my mind puts threat hunters in the same category as pen testers. They seem like mirror images of each other. Absolutely, dude. And in fact, if you've contracted someone for a full red team exercise, so the difference between pen testing and red team tends to be pen testers will kind of tell you, here's your points of vulnerability. We could have gotten in if we wanted to. A red team says, we're here. We got in, we're in this system. That is a great opportunity to go in and test your ability to detect compromised systems. One of the tools we'll talk about is this awesome tool that, believe it or not, Bill wrote, and I mean that completely kiddingly because Bill has written so many amazing tools, but it allows you to simulate a C2 channel. And it's great for just kick it off and run it. Does your current security setup detect that? If it doesn't, oh, be afraid. You need to get yourself in better shape. But pen testers, same thing. If you can detect the pen testers once they got in, you've got a response plan. You got a way to deal with that. If you can't detect them, oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. Black Hills does pen testing and red teaming. Active Countermeasures does software to detect command and control channels in compromised systems. So there's a constant rivalry between us where they're constantly trying to get past us, and we're trying to detect them. And at least to date, we've got a really good, Black Hills is really good at what they do, but we've got a really good track record of being able to detect them. I'm aware of one situation where a C2 got missed and the data was there. It was just, there was so much other weird stuff it got missed by the analysts that were going through and doing it. So yeah, that's a great way to go through and kind of check things out. Is threat hunting job only based on network detection? I wouldn't say it's only based on that, but I would say that's probably a good primary skill set to focus on because you can apply it to every system all at the same time. It is good to have some host level knowledge on stuff as well though. So it's like most things, you want a little bit more of a mixed bag. Let's see, there was one, what's the best certification to kickstart a career in cybersecurity? So yeah, let me hit this one real quick. So the goal is to show you are good enough at this, you are capable of doing the job the person wants to hire you for, right? I mean, if we kind of whittle it all down at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, right? It comes down to, can you do the job that they're going to want to offer you? How do you prove that? Certifications are one way. And I don't want to say the lazy way, but that's the route that most people follow. I tend to pay less attention to certifications, and in fact, I'll be blunt. While I'm hiring, sometimes that can work against you. It's really hard for me to get me to hire you if you have a PhD. I've just worked with too many PhDs that want to theory things and write paper things, and do all that stuff they learned in college and not actually get real work done. The folks that have kind of come up through the trenches and taught themselves, those are the ones that tend to have a better handle on actually getting real work done. Now, with that said, you always want a good biodiversity. You want a mixture of people. So you never want to hire just one type of skill set. But really, it comes down to showing you can do this stuff. So, the ones that impress me is like if I have a resume come in and I go out and I Google search that person's name, and I'm finding blog entries on things they've written. I'm finding explainer videos on how to do stuff. That's going to mean a lot more to me than somebody with like a half a dozen different certifications. A lot of it too is culture fit. And, one of the things you really want to do is assess what is the culture of the place you want to go work at. And for some places, they tend to be kind of cutthroat. And it's kind of everybody's their own little island and they need to protect themselves. And I found those are the ones that tend to focus on certifications. How good are you as an island? The ones that tend to be more inclusive, they want to see people that can work together as a team. They want to see people that can support others. One of the things I love about working with active countermeasures is I cannot compliment somebody. I can't. You know, if I go through and I say, hey, you know, Naomi, you know, if we're in a team meeting and I call out Naomi and say, hey, Naomi did this great job on this user interface, or, you know, this you know, back end thing she was working on or whatever, she's the first person to speak up and say, well, no, that wasn't just me. You know, Lisa did this, Bill did that, this other person did this. You don't have to worry about backstabbing. So part of, so again, it's the, think about where you want to get hired. What is that environment going to look for? Is it going to be certifications? Is it going to be a team player? Is it somebody who wants to contribute and give back to the community? Whatever you think that is, that's what you want to be able to bring to the table to show them. So like I said, for me, for someone who believes in security community, which is why we do stuff like this for free, that believes in an inclusive and a safe space environment where people can innovate and try different things, and if it fails, that's okay. Now we know that's not the path. Let's iterate and figure out where to move forward from here. You know, for someone who likes that type of an environment, you can show me a dozen different certifications and you're not going to impress me. But show me that you've been training, show me that you've been helping others, show me that you've kind of trot yourself through. Yeah, now you're going to get my attention. So just something I wanted to kind of throw out there on that. Let's see, what do we got? They're here. Yeah, we're back. Wow. Lots and lots of people kicking in. Cool. All right, let's get back into this because we got a lot of slides to get through. So we talked about the hunting order. You know, when I talked about this is a little bit fluid. Now, this is not like a government standard or anything like that. I'll be honest, this is something we came up with. This is something we came up with after years of threat hunting, going through multiple environments and trying to figure out how do we optimize this process as much as possible. That's where this stuff comes from. It's kind of funny. I had somebody in a class say, what's your source for this stuff? You know, where did you get this information from? What is your source? Us. We're our source. We're the ones doing it. Now, is targeting C2 perfect? In other words, is this going to catch everything for us? No, there is an edge case. And the edge case that we saw was NotPetya. NotPetya, if you don't remember that one, that was yet another Russian cyber attack against Ukraine, where they went in and they infected an accounting system that anybody who was doing business in the Ukraine needed to access, because that's one of the ways you go about paying taxes. And they modified that system. It was a supply chain attack again. They went in, they modified that server so that when people connected in, they were told, oh, hey, you got to get an update to your software. And what they got was malware that went in, quickly assessed the network, tried to break into some other systems, and then it would encrypt the drive. It would pop up a screen and say, hey, you know, this is ransomware and you need to pay us a fee or you're not going to get your drive back. And there was no way to get your information back. It was encrypted, the keys were so hidden, it was gone. Now, there was one thing you could do which identified your system as being of Russian origin that would stop it from actually infecting the system. But beyond that, once it encrypted the drive, you were done. There was no C2 channel. This was the equivalent of a bomb, if you will. And its job was to indiscriminately blow up everything that it touched. And because there was no C2 channel, targeting C2 wouldn't work for you. So if you're dealing with stuff like that, you need other means beyond this to try and go in and grab that stuff. But for a majority of what's out there, where data is getting exfiltrated, this does work out very nicely. So technique versus methodology. We're going to start. Raj was saying Wired had a great article on NotPetya. Yeah, there's some really good sources out there on that. Technique versus methodology. So some of what I'm going to walk you through, you may look at initially and say, hey, we've got a 10 gig connection to the internet. We can't do this. We don't have enough hours in the day to do this. Give me some time to work through this, right? One of the things I don't want to do is tell you go buy a black box, right? Because that's what a lot of vendors do. Buy our black box. It's magic. You know, we use magic to detect things, and you have no idea what's going on under the hood. I want to teach you how this stuff should work under the hood. I want to show you how these things should operate and how you can test them and how all the different pieces fit together. I want to make you an informed consumer when it comes to figuring out what's our best process for doing this type of thing. Some of the things we're going to go through are like, using T-Shark to go through and pull out fields out of a PCAP and sort and organize and do this and that. And you may look at that and say, I got a 10 gig link to the internet. There's no way that would work for me. Stay with me, please, because we will eventually get to tools that scale better, but I want to show you what needs to happen under the hood first. I don't want this to just be, hey, run this tool and you're okay, because now, well, why? What does the tool do? How is it supposed to work? I want to give you that knowledge too. So bad guys versus red teams. I mentioned that hiring a red team is a good way to test your threat hunting capability. If the red team breaks in, owns one of your systems, do you detect that? Do you see them there? It's a great way to go in and check it. And one of the cool things about it is that most of the high-end red teamers are actually better than the nation state actors who attack systems. And I mean that in all honesty. The folks that I know that are really good at what they do are better than who the nation states are hiring. Part of that is, I think, just the dedication, but part of it is also they have a smaller window to work with, right? Because the bad guys need to come up with malware that'll fly under the radar of your EDR software. They need phishing, they need this, they need that, and then they need to be able to exfiltrate the data out, and they need to be able to maneuver around in your network. Whereas for a red teamer, I need to get in, own a system, show I own it, and I'm done. That's all I care about. So they have less to focus on, which allows them to be more innovative with the things that they focus on. So where I'm really going with that is, if you're catching red teamers, you're probably in pretty good shape for the nation state stuff as well. That's definitely a really good way to go. All right, so let's start talking about connection persistency. What do we mean by that? What are the different characteristics of connection persistency? And probably the easiest is what's referred to as a long connection. A long connection is just simply, hey, the system calls out, connects to a host on the internet, and just leaves that connection open and running all the time. That's it. That's all it has to do. So we're talking about cumulative, or we're talking about, an extended connection time that takes place. And these can actually be harder to spot than you would think. Because if you think about most firewalls, the firewall will log when the connection went off. It isn't going to tell you how long it ran for. Right? You won't look in your firewall log and say, hey, I let this system talk to that host out on the internet 3 days ago, and that connection's still open and running. You're not going to get that out of your firewall log. So actually spotting long connections can be harder than you think. You also want to look at what's referred to as cumulative communication time. For example, if the connection, let's say, doesn't stay open all the time, let's say it closes and then opens and closes and opens and closes and opens. Metasploit's known for this. So what Metasploit does is it will, a compromised system will call out to the command and control server, hold the connection open for half an hour, close it, and then immediately connect back up again. Why do they do that? Well, think about, what are you going to do to try to find long connections and try to find, beacons, systems that are repetitively connecting out? Well, with beacons, you're probably going to look at who's connecting to an IP address, many, many times in a day, right? Like, hey, anytime I see an internal IP talking to an external IP, 2,000 times a day, that's something worth paying attention to, right? Well, where is that number? Is it 2,000? Is it 1,000? Is it 500? That kind of matters, right? Because the lower you make that number, the more false positives you're going to need to weed through and add to your safe list, the longer it's going to take you to dig through it. Well, because Metasploit is calling out every 30 minutes, it's connecting less than 50 times a day. So that's going to be way down in your ground noise, so you may not even notice it. If you're looking for long connections, you may look for connections that are running for the full 24 hours a day. Or you may look for connections that are connecting. I like to look for 5.5 hours or more, because that's enough to even catch ones that are running business hours, right? The attacker is, running software that the idea is it'll run during your business hours so that you don't see it because it's in with all the busy traffic. But the reality ends up being is they end up setting it to their time zone. So it's running off of some other 8-hour window period of time, which actually makes it a little bit easier to find than it should be. But it's connecting for 30 minutes, closing 30 minutes and closing. Well, I said I'd like to check 5.5 hours or more. Once you get below 5 hours, you start getting back into the weeds again. You start getting a lot of stuff that is actually okay. So that makes it hard to find. However, with Metasploit, if you add up all the connection times in a day, it still adds up to 24 hours. So with long connections, we're looking for individual connection time, but we're also looking for cumulative connection time as well. And one of the great tools that we can use to grab this type of data is Zeek. I'll talk more about Zeek later. We'll actually get a chance to play with Zeek in some of the labs, but Zeek has a duration field that will identify how long that connection was open for. Now, Zeek does have a problem, and its problem is Zeek doesn't write the log entry until the connection closes. And you can run into what I like to call the 3-month surprise. The 3-month surprise is you get a log entry out of Zeek that says this connection was running for 3 months. And you look at that and say, whoa, wait a minute. I check my Zeek logs every day. I look for long connections every day. Why didn't I see this until now? Why is it now telling me 3 months? Why didn't it yesterday tell me, 2 months and 30 days? What's going on here? And the problem is Zeek isn't writing out its logs until that connection closes. There are ways to get around that. There are tools that resolve that, like Rita, which we'll use in some of our labs. But that is the one caveat I've run into on checking connection duration with Zeek. And the Zeek logs are kind of cool because it gives you a bit of everything. So you get a timestamp. When did this connection take place? You get a unique identifier. Zeek may actually track a connection over multiple logs. So for example, let's say it's an HTTPS connection. That'll have an entry in a log file called con.log that just describes the basic connection. It was TCP, these were the ports that we use, that type of thing. But it'll also make a log entry in the SSL.log file, which records all the data about SSL connections that take place. It'll further make a log entry in the X509 log file because a digital certificate is used as part of that connection. So this ID number allows me to track a connection across multiple log files. And as you can see, I've got source IP, destination IP address, I've got my source port. Off to the side that we don't see is the destination port. It's got everything you need to be able to go in and track this stuff easily. And we'll dig more into Zeek as we go through. But one of the things I can use that duration time for is I can go in and I can just add them up to look for cumulative time. Let me talk through this command because we're going to actually be working with this command and ones like it as we go through. The first thing I want to talk you through is this is actually multiple commands running at the same time. See this little bar character here? This is my pipe. So basically what I'm saying here is cat con.log. What does that mean? Well, if you go into one of my directories, here we go. Let's go into the lab 1 directory, and I'm just going to say cat con.log. So I actually said cat conn tab, and the tab key auto completes the rest of the file name for me. And now if I hit enter, that's what that first command is doing. It's spewing out all this data and it's just scrolling across the screen. Well, that's not really helpful, right? So then what I'm doing is I'm using this other, I'm saying instead of printing it out to the screen, send that data output to this command. This command is zcut. Zcut allows me to go in and say, hey, don't show me every field in the log file. I only want to see certain fields. And I'm not going to type out the whole command for you, but I want to just show you an example. So I'm going to say zcut, I'm going to say id.org_h. That's Zeek speak for the source IP address. And then id. Let's see, RESPH, that'll be my destination IP. No, can't be capital, Chris. And then I'm just going to say duration, which will be how long the connection took place. Now, if I run that, now look what I've got. I've got all my source IP addresses in the first column, my destination IP addresses in the second column, my time in the third column. Now, some of this is offset because I've got some IPv6 in here, and that makes some of the fields a little bit longer than others, so the columns end up getting shifted, but you get the idea. But what zcut allows me to do is to go in and say, instead of looking at everything, only look at these certain fields. Then I'm running it through sort. What sort's going to do is it's going to say, hey, anytime the source IP address and the destination IP address is the same, put those one line after the other. One of the things I'm going to want to do is I'm going to go through and I'm going to add them up using data mash. And data mash only works if all of the lines are one after the other. So I'm kind of setting that up here. So sort's going to say, hey, when the source and the destination IP address is the same, put them one line after another. Then I'm piping that output through this command. Oh, what's going on here? So grep is kind of like the find command on the Windows side, only it's a lot more extensive. You can do a lot more with it. So the grep command allows me to look for character sequences within a line. -v means match on everything but what I've defined. So I could say grep space Bob space some file name, and any line that has Bob in it, it's going to print out only those lines. Well, if I say grep space -v space Bob and then the file name, it'll print out any line that does not have Bob in it. So what this -v is doing is saying don't print, and this is my pattern match for blank lines. We're going to be adding these values up. Blank lines don't work with data match. Data match, when it sees a blank line, it pukes. It doesn't know what to do with that because it only wants to work with numerical values. And since a blank line is not a numerical value, it'll spit out and puke and die at that point. So I'm removing my blank lines. One of the things that Zeek will do is if I try to connect to an IP address, but I don't finish the TCP3 packet handshake for some reason, maybe the port was closed, maybe I immediately reset the connection or something like that, it'll list the duration as a dash. It'll say, yeah, that connection didn't really complete. It could also put a 0 there. If the 3 packet handshake finishes and then it immediately closes, that'll be a duration of 0. But if the handshake doesn't quite finish, it has a special way to identify that, which is a dash character. Well, again, data mash only wants to see numbers. A dash is not a number. So we need to pull those out. Now we're looking at total duration time. So anything where the duration was dash is effectively the duration was 0. So removing those entries out isn't going to change any of our data. So grep -v, anytime the duration was listed as a dash, get rid of that. And now I'm running it through this tool, data mash. Data mash allows me to do, it has some really cool stuff. So I can give it a range of numbers and say, show me the min, the max, the mean, the average. So it'll give me all sorts of statistical information like that. But one of the other things I can do with data mash is I can add up lines that are similar. So here I'm going in and saying, hey, when column 1 and column 2 are the same, in other words, when the source IP and the destination IP address is the same, add up the column in 3. Well, 3 is my duration. So what that's going to do is anytime the source and destination IP address was the same, it's going to add all those durations together. That'll give me my cumulative communication time to look at. Then I'm piping it through sort again. So here I just ran it through sort, right? Way back here. When I ran it through sort, it starts at the first character and works its way over to do its sort. Here I'm saying sort -K3. -K3 means don't start sorting at the very beginning of the line like you normally do. I want you to jump to the third column. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hey, that's our duration. So I'm saying -K3, sort starting here, not back here. -R, do a reverse sort. Normally sort goes from lowest to highest. We want to sort highest to lowest. We're interested in the longest communication, communication durations, right? So since it's the biggest ones we're interested in, hey, let's put them at the top so we get to see those. -N. -N means, let me show you the difference real quick. So we're going to go back here and I'm going to say sort -K3, and then that's it. So that'll sort on that third column. Now notice my numbers here. I go from like 95, 95, 96 down to 9, 9.6, 9.7, then back up to 97. Well, what's going on here? That's what's referred to as an alphanumeric search, right? I need to tell it this is a number, right? That's a decimal place in a number. The way I do that is I say -N. That's a numeric search. Now when I do that, notice all my numbers line up going from lowest to highest, the way I want to see them. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's where the -R comes from. Print the big numbers first, -N. This is a numeric sort. And then I pumped it through the head command. The head command just says print out the first 10 lines and that's it. I don't want to see anything else beyond that. So this is giving me my cumulative talk time. Who are my longest talkers? So that could be just one long connection. That could be, like Metasploit, many 30-minute connections all added up together. Let's see. Oh, someone was asking, saying they can't seem to find the zcut command. It says not found. So if you ran the install script, you need to log out and then log back in again, and you'll be able to find the zcut command. When you run the install script, it installs Zeek on your system. Zeek modifies your local profile, but it doesn't actually modify the current in-memory path statement. So you need to log out, log back in again. That'll reload your profile with the path to Zeek, and then Zcut should work for you just fine at that point. Okay, what about firewalls? We talked about this. Firewalls don't give us timing. If they give us any kind of timing, it's how long has it been since I saw the last packet, not how long has this connection been running for. And I started talking about these beacons. What's a beacon? A beacon is a constant connection, right? So this is typically how an attacker maintains control of a compromised system. So imagine they got this user to click something they shouldn't have. It installed some malware on their system. Well, the attacker can't get to the box directly because there's this firewall in the way, and this is probably private addressed. So how do they control that system? What they do is they use an intermediary, referred to as a command and control server. You'll hear it referred to as a CNC server. You'll also hear me, I like to refer to it as a C2 server. They all mean the same thing, command and control. And this acts as an intermediary, a proxy, if you will, for the attacker with their compromised systems. So when this malware gets installed, one part of the malware code says connect out to this command and control server and do it every 60 seconds. So this compromised system will call out to the command and control server and say, hi, I'm here. Do you have anything for me to do? And if there's nothing in that system's work queue, the command and control server says, no, go back to sleep. And it says, oh, okay. And it closes the connection. And then it waits whatever the period of time was it was told to wait. And then it'll connect back in again and say, hey, do you have anything for me to do? No? Okay, I'll go back to sleep. Wait 5 minutes. Hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Oh, wait, actually, that's 10 minutes. So wait 10 minutes. Hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Now, when the attacker wants to do something, maybe list out running processes, copy out a copy of the local database, whatever the case may be, they connect to this command and control server and they add a command to the work queue for that system. So that might be, hey, run task list. I want to go in and see the list of the running processes. The next time this system calls home and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? It's told, yeah, run this command, run the task list command. Cool. Now the malware runs the task list command, takes the output of that command and exfiltrates it out to the command and control server. So now the attacker gets to see the results of that command. Now this is calling home every 10 minutes. So the attacker might queue up a command and they may have to wait 9 minutes and 59 seconds, depending upon when the last time the system checked in was. But once this system checks in and exfiltrates the data, the command and control server will automatically pop that data up on the screen for the system. So there's a balancing act here. The more frequently this compromised system calls out, the more responsive the command line is for the attacker, but the more connections it's making, which is going to make it easier to spot. So older kind of proof of concept malware, we tended to see these things called out like once a second, right? And that's a lot of traffic. It's fairly easy to spot. Sunburst, once every 15 minutes plus or minus a minute and a half. That's going to be a whole lot harder to go in and spot. But that also meant whoever was coming in over that command and control server, every time they issued a command, they might have to wait about 15 minutes to get an answer, right? So now they ran the task list and they saw the running processes and they say, okay, this is what I want to do next. Well, now again, they're putting it in the queue and they got to wait whatever the dwell time is before that command will actually get executed. So that's how most kind of standard command and control works. Now, it's not the only possibility. One of the things I can do is I can actually tunnel my C2 traffic out over a DNS server. This is kind of interesting because here you see the traffic going out from the compromised host, right? Well, here, there's no traffic leaving that host going directly out to the internet to detect. Here's how this works. So as a bad guy, what I do is I go out and I register some domain. For the sake of example, let's just call it evil.com. So I go out and I register evil.com. And I set certain IP addresses to be my authoritative name servers, meaning these are the servers you go talk to when you need DNS information about my domain, evil.com. And what I do is my authoritative name servers are actually command and control servers. I get malware on the system, it wants to call home. How does it call home? Well, what it does is it does a query for some certain record type within evil.com. That goes to the local resolver. The resolver says, I don't have anything in my cache about evil.com. Let me go out to the root name servers. Hey, root name servers, I need to get to this host on evil.com. And the root name servers say, hey, we don't know the answer to that, but go talk to these other servers. They're responsible for everything within the .com domain. And your DNS server says, hey, thank you for that information. Hey, .com authoritative servers, I need to look this up. And they come back and say, hey, we don't have that answer, but here's the server that's authoritative for evil.com. Go ask it your question. Now the DNS server sends that request to the command and control server. This coding tells it which compromised system is calling in, and it checks to see, is there anything in the work queue for that system? If there is, a certain answer comes back. If not, another answer comes back. If it tells it, run the task list command, that data may get exfiltrated out through additional queries. It may create a channel just to do the data transfer. It depends on the malware that's in use. So you might actually see when data gets exfiltrated here. You might not if it's going out this way. Here we're watching our DNS server only. So this firewall could be set up to not let anyone ever go to the internet. The only thing it lets out is DNS queries, and this exfiltration channel will work just fine. Another possibility, and we're just starting to see this over the last year or two, is attackers hiding their C2 servers behind content delivery networks like Akamai, like Amazon. There's quite a few of them out there. This does a couple of things for them. Number one, it hides the IP address of the command and control server, right? So this compromised system, when it tries to call out, it calls out to some fully qualified domain name. So c2server.evil.com, whatever the query happens to be. Well, the attacker then signs up for Akamai, Amazon, whoever, Cloudflare as their CDN network. So when I try to resolve that domain, what I actually get is the CDN network. So I'll talk to one of the CDN servers for Akamai, let's say. So if I look at where the traffic's going, oh, it's going to Akamai. I see traffic going to Akamai all the time. That's not a big deal. So I may not pick up on that. The CDN network then says, oh, hey, this thing they're trying to get to, I don't have a cache entry for it. Let me send it back to the command and control server. And now the command and control server is hearing from this system through the CDN network. I never see the IP address of that actual C2 server. The answer that comes back, that's their marching orders. That tells them what to do. What makes this so nefarious is that this compromised system is calling out to what is normally well-known good IP addresses, namely CDN servers for a well-known carrier. The other issue with it is it's breaking it up over multiple IPs. So let's say I see, let's say that it's beaconing, right? Once every 5 minutes. Well, I might have some number of connections that went this way, that way, that way. I won't necessarily recognize this as a beacon because there'll be missing connections that were part of those links instead. I need to collapse all three of these together somehow to actually recognize it as being a beacon. So there's my next problem, is how do I collapse that traffic together? Further, I picked on Akamai for a reason. Microsoft uses them. So my Windows system, when it calls out to Microsoft, it's probably going to go through Akamai first. So all my Microsoft traffic is mixed in. So this connection going out to the server, some of it's going to end up at the C2 server, but sometimes when it connects to this IP address, it's going to the Microsoft site. Well, that's going to skew up my beacon detection as well, right? Because sometimes the connection out isn't actually going to the C2 server. So how do I collapse these together so it's just one signal? And how do I sort out the Microsoft stuff? And the answer is you need to look at the fully qualified domain name that's being queried. And you need to do your beacon based on that. So here, we could detect beacons based on source IP, destination IP. Here, we need to look at source IP and every fully qualified domain name it's trying to go to. It adds a much bigger level of complexity, and I'll be honest, most tools don't have this capability yet. So there's a couple of ways we can go about detecting beacons. The first is we can detect them based on timing, and that's the one we've been talking about so far, right? It goes off every 5 minutes, it goes off every 10 minutes, whatever the case may be. That's a detection based on timing. And what we tend to rely on to detect timing based or to detect beacons based on timing is this algorithm right here, k-means. K-means clustering. If you can look, feel free to look it up if you want to, but basically k-means is just math. It's math that can look at very large data sets and find repetitive patterns. So imagine you had 1 million connections go out to the internet yesterday, but buried in there is one system beaconing out. Well, k-means is capable of looking at that and saying, hey, there's a repetitive pattern and the connection between these two IPs, you need to go in and pay attention to that. So, a lot of vendors will advertise they use k-means clustering to do their beacon detection, and for beacons that go off regularly, that's fine. Here's the problem with that. Most beacons today are jittered. The timing gets jittered. Jittered means we vary the timing. For example, sunburst. I mentioned sunburst goes off every 15 minutes plus or minus a minute and a half. That plus or minus a minute and a half, that's jitter. That's varying the timing. So sometimes it'll go off as quickly as 13 and a half minutes. Sometimes it will take as long as 16 and a half minutes before the next connection goes off. That's not a repetitive pattern. K-means looks at that and says, nope, that's not something I need to worry about, and it ignores that beacon connection. So what does a vendor do when they're trying to use K-means, but K-means can't detect it because it's getting jittered? And the answer is most of them just fall back on doing pattern matching. I've noticed they like to try and call it AI, artificial intelligence, right? Because that sounds better than just basic pattern matching, right? But effectively, all they're doing is pattern matching. They're saying, oh, well, hey, this attack, what's a good one? Fiesta. The Fiesta C2 channel varies its connection and it jitters it, so we can't use k-means to detect it. But anytime Fiesta calls home, it has this HTTP user agent string it uses, so we'll pattern match for that, and when we see it, we'll label it as Fiesta. Okay, that works great for that variation of Fiesta. What about a different variation that uses a different user agent string? Oh, they're going to miss that until they write a signature for it. Notice the problem here. We're back talking about what we had before. We can't use signatures to match this stuff. We need to look at behavioral characteristics. You need to focus in on that. So jitter is a great way to go in and avoid k-means clustering. Now, there's ways around that. There's ways you can go in and you can detect without using k-means. We've got about 30 of them patented, and all of them are available in our free Rita tool. So if you use Rita, all the stuff we're doing to avoid using k-means is available in that tool for you to use for free. So connection quantity versus time. What do I mean by that? I mean that a lot of the math that we try to use is a way to try and deal with just shorter time frames. By that, remember I mentioned a lot of commercial tools that threat hunting tools want to look at 20 minutes or less. That's why they're trying to use k-means and stuff like that. Well, we talked about this earlier. If I'm maintaining state for a much larger data set, like 24 hours, I can actually go in and just take all that data and throw it into 1 hour buckets. What's kind of cool about that? Jitter normalizes itself out at that point. In other words, sometimes, so sometimes sunburst is going off at 13 and a half minutes. Sometimes it's going off at 16 and a half minutes. Well, if I average those two out, guess what I get? 15 minutes. Hey, so I'm going to end up with a low as often as a high about. I'm going to end up normalizing out a lot of that jitter. All of a sudden, jitter isn't hiding the connection anymore if I'm looking at it in bigger buckets like this. So that's one of the ways I can go in and deal with this as well. So a connection timing with no jitter involved, what does that look like? So this graph is plotting how often was a certain time delta seen between connections. And you can see here, I've got one line at 1 second, and that's it. So there's about, I'm gonna call that 68,000 connections, and they're all 1 second apart from each other. So this is a very repetitive pattern. This is something I would expect k-means clustering to be able to detect because it's very repetitive in what it's doing. And it's going off every second. So the fact that I'm using a tool that is only looking at like 20 minutes or a 10-minute period of time and that's it, this is going off once per second. It's still better be able to detect that. But you can also go in and jitter things. And I talked about a graph similar to this earlier, where, hey, we're going to go off by the mean most frequently, just because that's the mean, we try to randomize the connection, but it's not really random, right? So in other words, if I go in and say beacon once per minute plus or minus 50%, well, that means my delta time could be as short as 30 seconds, as long as 90 seconds, right? Well, when I start picking random numbers in that range from 30 to 90, I'm going to end up picking numbers around 60 more often than anything else because I only have half as many options at my extremes. I can't go below 30. So I've got half as few options available to me at 30 and 90 than I do at the 60-second point. So that's why it ends up kind of looking like this. This is Cobalt Strike, by the way. It's a commercial tool. Everybody and their brother who's a red teamer uses this, but everybody and their brother who's a bad guy uses this as well. Sunburst, even though this was a nation state level tool, used Cobalt Strike. I can pretty much guarantee it they didn't license it. But hey, they're bad guys. They're going to use software without licensing it. That's kind of what they do, right? But if you see a breakdown like this of the delta times, you're probably looking at Cobalt Strike. This one is my favorite C2 channel. It's my favorite C2 channel because it doesn't look like a bell curve. This is jittered, but it's not jittered using Cobalt. Somebody actually went to an effort to try and randomize this as much as they could, but you can still see everything's still clustered together. And if we put it in, this is going off somewhere between 5 seconds and 46 seconds. Well, again, throw these into 1 hour buckets and they're going to start normalizing each other out. It looks like it'd lean a little bit more on the high side, but these would still normalize each other out where there's almost no jitter anymore once you start looking at this in 1 hour blocks. So that's detection based on session timing. You can also do detection based on session size. How much data gets passed by? Remember, one of the things we talked about was, let me back up here for just a second. This thing's calling home every 10 minutes saying, hey, do you have something for me to do? Well, that's 6 times an hour. The attack, we got 24 hours in a day, and the attacker probably isn't going to have a command set ready to send down each one of those 10-minute blocks, meaning that the majority of the time when this thing calls home, it's going to be told, nope, nothing in the queue for you, go back to sleep. Nope, nothing in the queue for you to go back to sleep. Okay, knowing that, what if I plot session size? What if I say, hey, every time this IP address connected to that IP address, how much data was transferred? How often did I see each specific data size? You're going to end up with something like this. This is my heartbeat. There was nothing to do, go back to sleep. Notice it's seen the most frequently because the majority of the time there's no commands waiting in the queue for this thing to go off and run. But we've got some other data sizes that show up here as well. What does that mean? This is 3 instances where the attacker of the compromised system called home and said, do you have anything for me to do? And was told, yeah, run this command. And then it exfiltrated that command. So the command plus the data it exfiltrated was a new session size that got generated. In other words, this is telling me over whatever time period we're currently analyzing. Let's assume it's 24 hours. This C2 channel was activated 3 times because the session size changed. Oh, that's pretty cool. One of the things we're seeing in the market today, and please be very careful of this, we're seeing threat hunting vendors trying to sell people on proxies. They're trying to sell them on TLS intercept devices. So basically what they want to do is sell you a box and that all of your clients, when they try to talk to somebody out on the internet, their TLS connection terminates at this box. It gets stripped off, and then it gets recreated on the other side, and then it's allowed to go out from there. So let's just look past the fact that you have a box that's decrypting everybody's data on the network that could be a central point of security failure for a moment. Let's just ignore that fact for just a second. What they're putting the box on the network for is so that they can try and pattern match in the data to try and find the bad guys, to try and find C2. Well, we're pattern matching again. Remember, we talked about this. How useful is pattern matching today? Not very good. So you're buying an expensive box to implement antiquated technology that we already know doesn't work. Duh. That's problem number one. Problem number two, for the last 2 years, what I've been saying is attackers encrypt their data and then run it through a TLS session. So even if you pull off that TLS wrapper, what's inside is ciphertext. You're not going to be able to pattern match on anything. It's scrambled. That's a feature. That's what ciphertext does. So there's nothing to pattern match on. So you're going to wrap it back up with TLS on the other side, send it on its merry way, and miss whatever happened to be in there. Assume it, let's say you had a signature that could have detected it. It doesn't matter. It's everything's in ciphertext. I actually had this argument with a vendor who's selling this stuff, and their point to me was, at least you're one layer closer to the data. That was their response. At least you're one layer closer to the data. I'm like, are you effing kidding me? No, you can be, it doesn't matter you're one layer closer. You still can't pattern match on anything. Your tool is friggin' useless. You're charging people a lot of money for something that gives them a warm fuzzy but isn't actually going to help them find an attack. That doesn't do you any good. So these attacks are getting double encrypted. We can't see what's in the payload. How do we get any visibility at all? Look at the session sizes. This won't tell me exactly what they did, but if I'm skilled enough at this type of thing, in other words, if you haven't sat in with a red team before, sit in with a red team, watch what they do, grab their traffic while they're doing it. Take a look at what are the behavioral characteristics when that type of stuff is going on. One of the things you'll notice is when they come in and they start doing some initial poking around, this is what you see. Some small little data transfers like this. If I start seeing a lot more of them taking place in some larger sizes, they've now got into full enumeration of the environment. They're port scanning. They're, ping sweeping the environment. They're trying to enumerate the user accounts off of the Active Directory domain. They may even be trying to log in under multiple accounts using the same password over and over again, like, winter 2022 or something like that. We can get a good handle on what they're doing just based on the session size of what's going by. Now, let's say we've got a customer database on the system and it has 500, it's a 500 meg database and it's got all our customer information in it. We were stupid. We put credit card information in there. We put social security numbers in there. If that data gets out, we're hosed. Our boss comes to us and says, did they get that customer database? Based on this, what do we tell them? No. What do you mean no, Chris? How do you know no? How do we know they didn't get it? We know they didn't get it because it's a 500 meg database. The biggest data transfer here is about 300 bytes. You can't get 500 megs through 300 bytes. So they haven't made it to the database yet. So if I can get them off the network here and this attack is done, they didn't get to a customer database yet. Now, what if there's a peak way out here someplace that's 200 megs? All right, what I'm going to do is go grab a copy of the customer database and I'm going to try and zip it. And if it zips down to 200 megs or thereabouts, when my boss comes to me and says, did they get the customer database? I'm going to look them right in the eye and say, dude, sorry, yeah, they did. Yeah, see this data transfer? That was probably the customer database. We're not just going to have a bad day. We're going to have a bad month, maybe a bad quarter, possibly a bad year. Should I spruce up my resume? It depends how bad this is going to get. All without having to actually see what's in the payload. So this ability to go in and kind of analyze session size, this is really important. And I really think it gets downplayed by a lot of folks. And here's an example of doing that with Zeek. So with Zeek, I've gone through and I've said, show me how many bytes of data have left the source system and gone to the destination system. And here I'm going in and I'm saying, show me how often I'm seeing different session sizes. So what this is telling me is 2,868 times the session size was 546 bytes in size. One time, no data got transferred. okay, what's going on here? All right, this one, I think this was a situation where my C2 server was too busy to answer the connection. In other words, the handshake came in and it killed the connection, or just ignored it, or whatever. The server was too busy to handle that session. That's why I think we have a 0 data transfer here. But we have 2,868 instances of 546 bytes. So if I look at this and my boss says, did they get a customer database? No. In fact, they haven't actually activated the C2 channel at all yet. If we get them out now, we're safe. They've got malware on the system, but they didn't leverage that to do anything that's a deeper evil. Kick them out at this point here and we're going to be in good shape. All just by analyzing session size. Detecting beacons with jitter. So like I said, the more data we have, the easier that's going to be. Put it in big buckets. That's going to make it a whole lot simpler as well. And once we identify connection persistency, once we see, hey, there's a connection, one of the things that kind of stands out for me too is if I see persistency of connection, one of the next things I always go looking for is it being jittered? Is the connection being jittered? Because if it is, that tends to be a little bit more suspect to me, right? Like, so give you one example, network time protocol, right? Network time protocol is the epitome of a beacon. Depending upon what operating system you're running, it's going to call out to an NTP time server every 15 minutes, possibly every 20 minutes, possibly every 30 minutes. Again, depends on the operating system you're using. But whatever time interval it uses that interval all the time. So every 20 minutes, it's checking the time exactly at a 20-minute interval. Well, that's a beacon. And then when you analyze the session size, it asks the same thing each time. What time is it? And it gets the same answer back each time. Well, not the same answer as in the same time, but the size of the amount of data used to store what is the current time, that is the exact same size block each time. So it's sending and receiving the same amount of data going off at an exact interval. That's NTP. That is the epitome of a beacon. But it's your system checking on time. So as long as it's using a recognized time server that you approved of, that's not something we need to worry about. We need to add that to a safe list so that doesn't get looked at as part of future threat hunts. So context matters. Business need matters. Here's another good example of that. This system is connecting out to client.teamviewer.com. Is that good or bad? Well, it depends, right? Do I know TeamViewer is running on that server? If yes, this is a feature. This is okay. Add this to our safe list. If I don't, this is bad. How did that get there? I need to do an investigation, right? I've been on threat hunts where we've gone into an environment and we've said, hey, you're running TeamViewer. And they said, yep, we got TeamViewer running on these 2 servers. And then we go into our evaluation, we find it on like 14 or 15 different systems. Well, in 2 cases, TeamViewer good. And the other dozen, TeamViewer bad. You need to do an investigation. So that context really matters. And that's something you can't build into a tool, right? I can tell you you're connecting to TeamViewer. I can't tell you whether that's okay or not. You need to tell me that. Did you know it was there? Do you, is that part of your standard install? If so, yeah, we're good. If not, yeah, no. So when if you hire an external threat hunter, which you can hire people to threat hunt your environment, some of them will do it monthly, quarterly, whatever it is you need. Some will do it as a continuous service. Make sure there's an exchange. If they come in and they say, oh yeah, we'll threat hunt your network, and then they come back and say, yep, no, you're fine. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. If you've got stuff like TeamViewer running, they should have been asking you, hey, this is here. Do you know it's there? Don't just assume it's okay because it's commercial application. There needs to be that business context. And potential false positives. So this isn't so much a false positive, right? Like NTP, I have that listed here. It isn't a false positive. It is a persistent connection. What makes it a false positive is there's a business need for it. So when we talk about false positives in this context, it isn't that we're wrong. It isn't that there wasn't persistency of connection. There was. It's just we can recognize a business need associated with that connection. That's why it's something we'll want to add to our safe list. What's our safe list? Our safe list is simply, hey, here are connections we've seen in the past that we just identified as there being a business need behind it. So we're not going to worry about them anymore going forward. that's it. So here's a network time server. All of my systems should be using it. That shouldn't show up in my data anymore, right? I should have a way to pull that out of the data. So every day I'm not having to look at it and say, oh, that looks persistent. Oh, it's just a time server. Oh, that looks persistent. Oh, that's just a time server. No, get it out of the way. One of the cool things about that is that if we do threat hunting right, the first time, so let's take like a 1 gig network with like 500 hosts, just to kind of throw out a round ballpark number. The first time I go in and do a threat hunt, I'm probably going to spend all day working on that threat hunt, maybe 2 days going through everything. So my first threat hunt, let's say it's going to take 2 days, but my second threat hunt is probably going to take about 6 hours. My third threat hunt is probably going to take about 2 or 3 hours. My fourth, fifth, sixth threat hunt, I'm down to it taking less than an hour because I'm only looking for changes, right? I've gone in and I've safe listed anything there's a business need associated with. So the only thing I need to investigate is new connection persistency taking place in my network. And I can usually run that down pretty quickly to figure out, is this something that's okay or is it something that's not? I'll give you a clue. Anytime you run into a business you're not sure of, go check with purchasing. That one has saved me a lot. Like we're connecting out to a cloud instance and we're looking up stjameschurch.org. You know, it's some domain name you look at and you say, was that? I don't know if we should be connecting to that or not. Go to purchasing. Have we paid stjameschurch.org for a service? If so, someone's doing this on purpose and it's probably okay. All right. And with that said, let's take a break. So it is now 5 minutes past the top of the hour. So we will take a break until 15 minutes past the top of the hour and we'll pick up from there. I'll catch folks then. And we are back. So a couple questions that popped up. I want to go through and cover. What's the thought on sanity checking false positives on a semi-regular basis? As in, what if NTP started to show a larger packet size than expected? Good question. I think it is a good idea to review to sanity check your safe list rules to see what's in there and why. I'll give you a good example. Microsoft used to have one ASN number that was just their infrastructure, 8075, I think it was. And the only thing that lived there was Microsoft controlled servers. So if you saw a system connecting to anything within that autonomous system number, you knew it was going to a Microsoft backbone. You know, they highly control security on their systems. You can imagine the egg on their face if one of their boxes got owned and started dishing out malware. So they're very heavy on security. So it was usually okay to be able to say, yeah, anytime I see my Windows system beaconing out there, yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. And that worked out just fine. Right up until they took some of their back-end resources and moved them into Azure, and then mapped 8075 over into Azure as well, because that opened up the opportunity to be able to spin up VMs that were part of that autonomous system number that your safe list would now think is okay, and it's actually not. And I actually observed a red team do this as one of their engagements. And they were able to go undetected by the client because the client thought anything coming out of there was okay. I still thought anything coming out of there was okay. They figured out before I did that, yeah, no, you can spin up VMs in that ASN if you try hard enough and know where to look. So I think those types of rules are definitely worth going in and looking through. I think something like NTP sending a little more data than it used to, I don't think I'd lose sleep over that one. I'd be more worried about, is that still an NTP server? Or is it serving other functions now? If it's doing other functions, that may make it something worth taking a look at. Let's see what else we got. Akamai Zero Trust is on TTK. How does that factor? So it really does in V2. So I'm not a Zero Trust expert, but from what I understand, that provides remote access to a corporate network. And it allows you to control what they can get to. You can keep them off of main resources, give them access to proxy systems and stuff like that. It's great to kind of control users coming in. What we're talking about is somebody got malware on one of your internal systems. It's calling out and connecting to a command and control server, and that's the VPN, if you will, that the attacker is using to control your internal system. Akamai isn't going to be able to fix that with a VPN solution. Let's see, such great content. Thank you so much. Happy to. Let's see, can't wait to attempt to look over my network and figure, yeah, the first time is always an eye opener for folks. We've had folks that have come in and like, they wanted to do a proof of concept with a commercial product and have found stuff on the network that just scared the bejesus out of them. I used PCAP to find some stuff in my network a few weeks ago. That's awesome. You guys are awesome. Thanks for giving this away. I met John at DerbyCon. Great company people for sure. Yep, John's an awesome person. Absolutely. I've known John since he was a student in my class back in like 2003, 2004, or something like that. Let's see, I've been itching to open Wireshark. So Wireshark is great when there's something specific you want to look at. For the type of stuff that we're talking about doing with threat hunting here, Wireshark is actually a little bit too cumbersome. I wouldn't recommend it for threat hunting. Now, if I do my general threat hunting techniques, I identify an internal system talking to an external system, and I think it's a command and control session, and I want to extract that session and do a deeper analysis on that, Wireshark's great for that. But for actually finding that C2 session in the first place, not the best tool. Let's see, why leave the network at all? Sit on it stateside. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I always start here. Learning Wireshark, T-Shark is key, Security Onion and Kali. Yeah, any of the tools you can pull in are definitely a good idea. All right, let's jump back and keep going. So persistency, that's the most important thing to go and look for. Once we get past that, some other things that might be kind of interesting, things like remote access sessions. You know, we see VNC running. Okay, that's something you should probably pay attention to. You see Chrome Remote Desktop running. That's something you should probably pay attention to. Although these are less frequent, right? These tend to target home users as opposed to corporate users. With corporate users, typically the most common command and control channels I see are DNS and HTTPS, TCP 443. Those are the two most common channels I see being used today. Unknown app on a standard port. So what do I mean by that? I mean, like, it's TCP 443, so it's the well-known port for HTTPS, which means it should be an SSL or TLS connection, but you don't see an SSL client hello, you don't see an SSL server hello, you don't see the digital certificate get exchanged. That's what I mean by an unknown app on a standard port. Sometimes attackers will tunnel stuff through those ports, figuring, well, it's encrypted, so they're not going to do much checking on it. Although quite honestly, today, most of them take the time to turn it into a real TLS tunnel. So we're talking about kind of being application aware with this stuff. One of the cool things about Zeek is application aware. Most of the tools you'll use, most firewalls, you know, TCP dump, when it says HTTP, what it means is I saw the traffic going to TCP port 80. It doesn't mean that's actually HTTP. It could be an SSH session. I could tell my SSH server, listen on TCP 80, and now so long as I tell my SSH client connect to TCP 80 on that system, that'll work just fine. And most firewalls will label that as an HTTP session, even though it's actually SSH. And the reason is they're not application aware. Zeek has about 50 different applications, 55 they're up to, that it understands, and it will label accordingly. So I'll see something like this. Hey, that's DNS traffic, or this is DHCP. If it doesn't know, it's going to give me a little dash and just show me, yeah, I don't know what that was. And where I need to worry about that is when it's on a well-known port. That's when I want to go in and pay attention to that. Unexpected protocol use. So this is, they're not breaking the RFCs, but they're using it in a way that kind of makes me feel like that's not how the protocol was necessarily intended to be used. And I'll give you a good example. Think logically for a moment. How many hosts does it make sense for a domain to expose to the internet that people can, you know, resolve the host name for it, you know, via DNS? So, you know, they're able to like look up that system's IP address. For most environments, that number is pretty small, right? I mean, think about like your standard environment. What are you going to have? You'll have a web server, a mail server, a couple of DNS servers, maybe a customer portal. You know, hey, look, we're still counting fingers on one hand. You know, we haven't even made it to double digits yet. For most environments, that number is really small. What about the big environments that are offering services on the internet like Microsoft, Akamai, Amazon? You could see a couple hundred. You usually won't see more than 1,000 though. Well, if we take those thresholds and kind of think those through, what that tells me is if I see more hosts being resolved in a specific domain that I don't recognize, that number is greater than 10, there might be something interesting about that. If it's a domain I do recognize like Amazon and it's more than 1,000, there might be something interesting about that. If you think about how C2 over DNS works, that query that's being performed is that system calling home to say, hey, do you have anything for me to do? It can't use the same query every time, because here's what'll happen, right? So my compromised system calls out and says, hey, I need to look up foo.evil.com, and that's actually a C2 server. And our DNS server does all the lookups. The local resolver does all the lookups I talked about before, and it looks that up and it comes back with an answer for it. And now that system sleeps for some period of time. And then it comes back and says, hey, I need to look up foo.evil.com. Well, the local resolver is going to say, oh, I have that information in cache. Here you go. Here's the answer. Well, we've now just broken that C2 channel, right? The compromised system can't reach the command and control server anymore because the resolver is automatically responding to it. So how does the attacker make sure that doesn't happen? Well, the only way that can happen is to change the query every time. If we go in and start looking at how many queries are taking place in each domain, and if you look at this data, we did 62,468 unique queries within r-1x.com. Who's r-1x.com? I've never heard of them. Does it make sense that 62,000 plus host names needed to be looked up? Of course not. That sticks out like a sore thumb. This is something we need to pay attention to. Then we get down to Akamai Edge. Okay, that's part of Akamai. That's 154. All right, it's Akamai. So we said 1,000 is the magic number. 154 is well within 1,000. So when I look at this DNS data, that first one, that's the one that's sticking out to me like a sore thumb. That's the one that might be a C2 channel that I need to investigate further. And I just broke down that command I used. If you want to kind of do a run through this, you can. There are honestly easier ways to get this answer that we'll be doing. I'll have you do in a hands-on lab a little bit later today. The other thing you might want to look at is utilization. So for example, what this data is telling us is that akadns.net, we resolved 125 unique queries. So potentially 125 different host names within akadns.net. It's Akamai, less than 1,000. We said that's okay. But what's also important is we had 3 internal DNS servers doing these lookups. Okay, so long as those my local resolvers, that makes sense. But most importantly, 13 of my internal systems connected to one or more of these 125 hosts. Well, this is how we expect DNS to work, right? Somebody types a name in their browser, DNS looks up an IP address, that system connects to that IP address. So I would expect to see something like this as far as my DNS utilization goes. Well, if I go back and look at this system we were talking about earlier, we looked up 62,000 unique resource records, but the only system that ever actually talks to that domain is the one doing the DNS queries. Wait a minute. Why did I need to look up all those resource records if none of my systems actually needed to connect to any of those resource records? That's nonsensical. That isn't how DNS normally works. So this isn't breaking the RFCs, but it's a pattern that doesn't fit with how we expect DNS to be working. Those are the types of things we want to go in and take a look for. You can also go in and look for things like unique user agent strings. That might be an indication of something running on the network that doesn't matter. I like to actually kind of look for unique agent string or nonsensical agent strings on a host. So for example, I've got an internal desktop that for 6 different IPs addresses on the internet, it used a user agent string that identified itself as being a Windows 10 system. But when it talked to this one IP address out on the internet, it started identifying itself as being a Windows XP system or a Windows 7 system. Well, wait a minute, which is it? Is it Windows 10? Is it Windows 7? Now, someone could be running a VM, and that's what's causing that. That's possible, but it's unlikely. More likely is that user agent string, when it pretended to be a Windows 7 system, that's a unique identifier being used by some command and control channel. So it's so for me, it's not so much the uniqueness within the environment as it is if I'm seeing strings that don't jive with what I know my internal systems are running, those are the ones that I want to go in and pay attention to. Unique ways of negotiating SSL TLS sessions. Well, hopefully just TLS. Hopefully none of us are using SSL anymore. But that may be another one that might make sense. And more importantly, we see a system that, you know, for most hosts out on the internet, it negotiates its TLS sessions a certain way, but for one specific IP address, it's negotiating it completely differently. That may be something worth paying attention to. JA3 was created by the security folks at Salesforce. And it's a plugin for a bunch of different tools, including Zeek. And what that does is that basically just hashes the SSL client hello packet that leaves the system. So that allows you to fingerprint how it's negotiating its TLS sessions. So like I said, if you see a system that most of the time it has one particular signature associated with the way it wants to go in and negotiate a secure connection, but there's a single IP that it does it differently, that may be worth investigating further. So checking the destination IP, the biggest thing to look at, what was the fully qualified domain name the user queried? Now, to get that can be a challenge. With a lot of DNS servers, if you turn on DNS logging, you'll see the queries that people performed. You won't see the answers that came back. And we actually need both, right? Because I need to be able to say, hey, when this user went to this IP address, what fully qualified domain name were they trying to get to that led them to that IP address? So I need to see my DNS queries and the answers to those queries in order to be able to map that information together. But to me, that's the most important one, because that's the one that's going to help me figure out, is there a business need here? So the fact that it goes into Amazon, who knows, right? It's Amazon's ASN, it's in an Amazon data center, who knows? But if they were trying to get to slack.com, and I know we use Slack internally, that's okay. If they're trying to get to evilbadguy.com and I don't recognize them as a valid business partner, I need to worry about that one. So again, that DNS mapping, that's one of your most important. If you can't turn it on within your DNS server, Zeek produces that information. So you can just run Zeek, watch the queries going by and pull it out that way. That's your best bet. You can check things on threat intel, but I've kind of talked about my feelings on threat intel, so we'll let that go. And as far as the internal system goes, this is going to vary with environment to environment. I mean, I've been in environments where, yeah, they know everything about every internal host. They're collecting logs, you know, they know who logs in and where and when and for how long. And I've been in environments where I've said, hey, this IP, you know, 192.168.1.107 is acting suspiciously. Can you tell me who's logged into that system? And it takes them a day to respond, and what they give back is, well, here's the DHCP information that was handed out for that system. Yeah, okay, that's not really helpful, right? So this is why I said it might be helpful to explore the external IP address before the internal IP, especially if you're in one of those environments where you're just not collecting the right type of information off of the internal systems. And in fact, this might be a good opportunity to help motivate the environment to start collecting more data. One of my favorites is run Sysmon and have Sysmon collect event ID 3s. Event ID 3s are applications that are talking on the network. So anybody that connects to it, you'll get a log. Anytime that system talks to another system, you'll get that log. The beaker screen that I was showing you earlier, we were able to see that it was PowerShell creating the connection to that external IP. That's just Sysmon data. We're using Sysmon data Sysmon to collect the data off of the Windows system. We're using WinLogB to get that into an elk stack. And then the elk stack is what we're using to go in and sort the data. It's a fairly straightforward project. But wow, can it be powerful in the right situation? All right, so that's my internal system. So if we can leverage internal host logging. So I started off beating up on this, right? Wait a minute, Chris, you said, you know, centralized logging, useless, outdated, blah, blah, blah. Yes, from the perspective of finding the bad guys. But once we have context, once we see, hey, this system is connecting out to this host on a persistent basis, we have context to better analyze the logs that are coming from that system that go beyond looking for a known pattern that, is known to be evil. Somebody had mentioned, hey, you're still doing pattern matching. Sort of. We're actually doing behavioral analytics. Yeah, we are matching on some certain patterns. Hey, it's persistently connecting to this specific IP. That target IP is a pattern. Yes. But we're going at it from a behavioral perspective as opposed to, hey, this attack took place in the past, and this is what was unique about it, so I'm going to pattern match on my traffic going by hoping to see that attack. Well, that's easy to fudge, right? All you got to do is go in and say, I'm going to go in and I'm going to change that so that it's got a different signature associated with it. With persistency, it's harder. Now, I saw another comment that was, well, they could just call home once a day. Yeah, they could. And that's why I said for some environments, you may want to keep, analyze data in bigger chunks than just 24 hours. You may want to do a week or more. Just keep in mind, this is quite honestly, I've seen red teamers get silly with this argument because they'll say, yeah, well, I'll just have my C2 server call home once a week. Okay, think about what that means. That means that if I queue up a command to run on that machine, I'm going to have to wait a week to get the results. How effective is that really going to be? Not very, right? So yes, it's possible to have a C2 server call home once a month. It's horribly unlikely. Again, nation state, sunburst every 15 minutes. That to me is our baseline. Now they may use something less aggressive to go after like a US military target. They may say, okay, we're going to beacon every 2 hours or every 4 hours. They may be that patient. But remember, the longer the pause in between, the longer it takes to execute any commands, the longer they're going to be on that system and potentially get detected. So there's that catch-22 when setting up the timing that way. And like I said, Sysmon's a great way to go as far as collecting host logs. It pulls in some great information as far as like, what was the application that ran and what was it connecting to? I can actually use my Sysmon data to go in and do threat hunting this way. The only where this might get me into trouble is if I have an attacker who's smart enough to hide their process on the network. But if I'm starting on the network, that actually kind of helps, right? Because if I see an internal IP is talking to an external IP and it's doing it on a persistent basis, and then I go look for Sysmon data, and Sysmon data says, well, I saw Chrome going out to Google, I saw Windows Update connecting to Microsoft.com, I saw all these other connections, but I didn't see an app do that connection. Well, you've got evidence that connection took place. You get the captures, right? You know that data is happening. You know there's some app on there doing it. If Sysmon can't collect that data, that's a hidden process. Think about that for a second. We can identify hidden processes at scale in real time or nearly real time without taking anybody offline. What do we normally have to do to find a hidden process? We got to take the box offline. We've got to image RAM. We've got to hope that the attacker who is smart enough to hide their process from Sysmon is not also smart enough to monitor for sequential memory reads, in which case they say, oh no, somebody's imaging RAM. Quick, let me take my malicious code, swap it to disk, wait till that process ends, and then I'll just swap the malicious code back up to memory again, because now you've imaged RAM and you didn't get what you were actually looking for. We got to hope they're not that smart. So they're smart enough to hide the process, but not smart enough to hide the process in memory. Yeah, that's a very thin line, right? With normal forensics, though, that's what we'd normally have to do to try and find hidden processes. Here, we see a network connection. We don't see an app creating the connection, but we see all the other apps making all their other network connections. That's got to be a hidden process. We can actually monitor all of our systems for that as we go along in the course of the day without having to take anybody offline. Pretty cool stuff. And here's another example, right? So I see a connection going by on the internet, it's going off persistently from this source IP to that destination IP address. And then when I drill down, I say, oh, that's Notepad making that connection. Oh, okay, it's just Notepad. Oh, no, wait, Notepad doesn't talk on the network. I would never write a sim alert to say, tell me when my users run Notepad, right? That would make no sense. I'd get more false positives than anything else. But here, we have context. Here we see there's network traffic leaving my system going to this IP address on the internet that I don't understand, and it's happening on a very regular basis. Notepad should not be doing that. So if Notepad is causing that, that's probably not the Notepad I think it is. LOL, pesky Notepad. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, the context of the connection is what makes all the difference once we start looking at the host logs. So to me, host logs are more of a recovery, they're more of a response activity versus a try to find the bad guys thing. So it's not useless, it's just that you got to use it in the right context. You got to have the right information around it. But I have no system logs. Yeah, maybe it's time to start creating some. So what next? Right? So we look for connection persistency, talked about abnormal traffic patterns. This is where that point scoring system comes in. Now we go in and we say, okay, how does this look? Like I said, maybe we say persistency of connection, 80 points. They're jittering it. Oh, I'm going to add another 15. Okay, now we're up to 95. Now this makes it something that's worth actually going in and doing a deeper dive on. Or maybe I've got host logs available. Let me go take a look. I don't recognize that binary. Yeah, okay, we're now in an incident response mode. This is something we need to go and pay attention to. All right, let's talk about some tools. So TCP dump, let's see. Is this break a bit long? Oh, breaks over. So so I will announce when we come back from break, especially the next one, because it's going to be 20 minutes. Sometimes GoToMeeting times out, which is why we're moving to Zoom. But that's an announcement for another day. If you see in Discord we're back and you don't hear my voice, hit Control R, reload the page. If you're using GoToMeetings application, it tends not to time out. You tend to be okay. But if you're using the web browser interface, sometimes that web browser interface times out, especially if you're using a stateful firewall that has very low timeout values in it, which a lot of home firewalls do. So yeah, if you hit Control R, that forces a reload that gets everything working for you again. All right, so let's talk about some tools, starting with TCP dump. I like TCP dump because it's kind of universal. It runs on everything. I mean, there's even a tool called WinDump that's the Windows equivalent to this. It's a very lightweight tool. It's great for creating packet captures. The only thing I don't really like about it is you don't get a lot of customization out of the data. In other words, you're going to get a printout that shows you what the programmers thought were the most important parts of the packets that go by. And you can manipulate it a little bit. I can say -v, -vvv, -vvv. Yeah, 1, 2, or 3 different V's, and that'll change the level of detail that gets printed out. But I'm still getting everything. I may only want to focus on certain things. For example, when we were working with Zeke a little bit earlier, the only things we cared about was source IP, destination IP, and duration. That was it. Those are the only things we wanted to say. And one of the nice things about Zeke is I can focus just on those 3 things. TCP dump doesn't have that capability. So it's a great tool to go in and do captures, and it's a great tool to make sure you know how to use because it's universally available, but it's not one of the first tools I'll go grab as part of threat hunting. T-Shark, however, does give us some more flexibility. So T-Shark is the command line version of Wireshark. So these two go hand in hand. A lot of the display filters and capture filter contexts is the same. This is a really good tool for going in and doing analysis. The one negative to this tool is it needs to load the entire, if you're working with PCAPs, it needs to load the entire PCAP into memory before it can process it. Now, this is more of a problem with Wireshark than it is with T-Shark because T-Shark runs on the command line. So I don't need the overhead of a graphical interface to run T-Shark. But with Wireshark, I need that graphical environment in order for it to work. So I have even less RAM available to load a PCAP into. So what if I'm trying to load a 20 gig PCAP and I've got 4 gigs of RAM on my system? Well, my system's going to be doing a lot of swapping, trying to get that into memory, right? And sometimes it'll swap it out of memory to disk, but still perceive it as being in memory, and then just everything runs slower. So, but one of the cool things you can do with T-Shark is you can go in and specify just certain fields that you want to say. So for example, let's say I've got a PCAP and I just want to look at what DNS queries were taking place. I can go in and I can say, hey, T-Shark, load in the capture file I want to analyze, dash capital T fields. I only want to see specific information. Don't show me the default summary. Dash E, I want to see the DNS query name. I want to see what were people querying for. And that's the only thing I want you to print out. Now, if I just type that and that's it and hit enter, it'll work. The problem is anytime T-Shark runs across a packet that doesn't have the DNS query field in it, it's going to print out a blank line. So I'll see some data that means something, but too late, it already scrolled off the top of the screen. There's a lot of blank lines, and then I'll see a couple more data points that are helpful, and then that scrolls off the screen. So what I've got here is a capture filter that says, only do this if the source port or the destination port is UDP53. Okay, that's going to limit it to DNS traffic only. Now I'm not going to get those blank lines that I was worried about before. Here I've gone in and I've said, look for user agent string. And again, I've limited that to TCP port 80, but I've gone in and I've sorted it to see what are the most unique strings taking place on my network. Now we could do this with Zeek as well. Where does it make more sense to do it? When given the option, I'll use Zeek. Why? Because there's a lot less overhead involved. Again, with T-Shark, I need to load this whole PCAP in. With Zeek, the user agent string is stored in the http.log file. So all I need to do is tell it to print out that entry along with maybe the source IP address if I want to see that too, or if all I want is that is the user agent string, all I got to do is tell it to print out the user agent string. And now I can do it line by line. When I'm processing Zeek logs, I don't need to load the whole thing into memory first. And even if I did, Zeek logs are a lot smaller than PCAPs. So they tend to, the data tends to process much, much faster. So I'll use Zeek versus T-Shark if I can. But if Zeek's not available, T-Shark's a perfectly valid option. And I talked about Wireshark. And I said, this is great for like, I'm down to a single session I want to do a deep analysis on. It's not really a good threat hunt tool. It does have some stuff built into it to try and kind of help you do statistics. Oh, and I already pulled those slides out. Like you can go in and you can get conversation summaries. The problem is the conversation summaries aren't accurate. They do static matching on ports and IPs, and you can run into situations where if that IP port combination was used at the beginning and the end of a PCAP file, Wireshark is going to completely get wrong what the duration of that connection was. In other words, let's say I have a connection at the beginning and the end of the PCAP file, and both of them only took place for 50 milliseconds. Well, if it's a 12-hour PCAP, Wireshark's going to go in and label that as being a 12-hour connection because it saw those ports and IPs at the beginning and the end of the file. Well, but they weren't. You know, the connection closed and then it stayed closed for a while and then it opened back up again later, but Wireshark misses that. So I don't like to use it, use the conversation summaries. It's a good ballpark, but don't trust it. For stuff like that, you're better off using Zeek. So this tool used to be called Bro. It's now called Zeek. So version 3 and prior was Bro. Version 4 and later is Zeek. Zeek does have some new features into it, particularly around decrypting TLS sessions that Bro doesn't have. So it's definitely worth going through and using. But you have two options with Zeek. You can tell Zeek, listen on the network interface, make a summary of everything that goes by, or go in and process this PCAP file. And what's nice about having Zeek listen to everything go by is normally your only option for getting a record of what took place on the network is a PCAP. And the problem with PCAPs is they can be huge, right? If I've got a 1 gig connection to the internet, I'm going to be using up an awful lot of disk space to go in and save those PCAP files. And I'm probably not going to be able to keep them for too long because disk storage is a finite resource, right? I only have a certain amount of disk space. Let's say I got enough disk space to keep 5 days worth of PCAP files, and that's it. Well, that's kind of a challenge, right? Because if something happens, I'm probably going to need to go back more than 5 days, and I won't have the data available to me. If I ran Zeek instead, I'd be able to, for where I could fit PCAPs in 5 days, I could easily fit 100, maybe 150 days of Zeek data. So I won't have all the same level of detail that I would in the PCAP, but I've got a much longer history that I can work with instead. And again, we looked at this one a little bit earlier, where I can go in and I can use zcut to extract out certain fields. So to just kind of talk you through this command real quick, I'm going in and I'm saying I want a cat ssl.log, and then I want to go in and instead of having it just spew out all to the screen, I'm going to use zcut and I'm going to say pull out the source and destination IP address. I want to know the destination port, and I want to know the validation status of the digital certificate that was used in that SSL session. That's kind of cool, right? And then I'm going to pipe it through my friend grep, and I'm going to say, grep, look for this character sequence here, self space signed, and then sort it, unique it. What sort unique does is sort takes all the lines that are the same, puts them together, and then unique says just print out one instance of that. So if this IP address connected to that IP address on that port, and it was a self-signed certificate 15 times, only print it out once. I don't need to see it 15 times. And I don't care it happened 15 times. I just need to know it happened. That's all I was worried about. And this will show me all of my self-signed digital certificates that were being used. One of the things you can do with Zeek is you can have Zeek go in and validate your certs for you. So when traffic goes by, Zeek can actually tell you, hey, that's that server that somebody talked to, the digital certificate was expired, or that one was revoked. And you can, if that's something you need to respond to, you've got the data for it. -D for human readable times. So normally, Zeek is going through and showing you how many ticks have taken place since 1970 when Unix was first created, a la epoch time. But if you want to see it in human readable format, just use -D. Just note that you don't get the same level of resolution, right? Like these all look like the same date timestamp until I get to here. Well, here I can clearly see, the linear progression of time taking place. If you don't care about that, yeah, go ahead and use D. Makes it a whole lot easier to go through and read. ngrep, this is a cool tool. So we talked about grep and how I can use that to pattern match on lines within a file. Well, ngrep will do the same thing, but with packets. So I can tell an ngrep, hey, go look for this character sequence in a payload. And if you see it, that's interesting to me. I want you to print that packet out. Couple of very useful switches. -I. Most tools use -r to read a PCAP file. ngrep is different. It uses -I for input. Most tools use -W to write a PCAP file. Again, ngrep is different, -O. Not a big deal. This one is the one that's important, -Q. When you run ngrep and say, hey, ngrep, go look for this pattern. Anytime ngrep checks a packet and doesn't see that pattern, it'll print out a #. That lets you know the tool's actually trying to do something, it just hasn't found the pattern that you're looking for yet. Well, what you end up with is # that scroll off the bottom of the screen and everything zips by really quick and it makes it unreadable. -Q says don't print out those #. So here's an example. So I'm saying ngrep -Q, don't print out the #, -I, read this PCAP file, and I want to look for this character sequence here, capital A, lowercase d, M-I-N, short or admin. And then I'm saying pipe it through head -15, meaning only show me the first 15 lines of output, and that's it. ngrep comes back and says, okay, I'm going to load in that PCAP file, and here's what I'm going to pattern match on. So that kind of helps you verify what you're actually looking for. And this is telling me, hey, I saw a TCP packet from this IP address, this upper port number, go to this IP address, this port number, the ACK and the push flag were set, and here's what I found in the payload. And notice one of the things in the payload is that admin string. Here it's saying, hey, I saw a TCP packet coming from 80, going to that port number. It had that string in it, ADMIN. Notice this was the 404 not found. So here we get to see they're looking for the file. Here we get to see the server saying, I don't have that file loaded on me. So we're seeing both sides of the connection. We're seeing the request and the response that comes back. Data bash, I talked about this one. Data mash is a statistical analysis tool. So it's designed to kind of look for min, max, and that type of thing. But like I said, data mash is great for adding things up. So here I'm saying cat con.log. So this is Zeek's con log. That's a summary of all the connections that took place on my network. and I'm saying, hey, Zeek cut, I want you to pull out the source IP address, the destination IP address, and the duration of the connection. And then I want to pipe it through sort on the destination time, third column, -RN, this is a numeric value, sort from highest to lowest, and then print out the first 5 lines. And notice line 2 and line 3 are the same IP addresses. So do I care that there was one connection 41 seconds and another one at 31? No. What I care is that their cumulative communication time was around 73 seconds. That's what matters to me. So how do I get that? Well, I run the same command, but this time I remove blank lines just in case, remove dashes just in case, and then I say, hey, data match, when column 1 and column 2 are the same, like here, add up column 3. And now notice these two get collapsed down to an addition of the two together. Pretty cool stuff. Then we have Rita. Rita is designed to help you identify connection persistency. That's its #1 job in life. So when we're talking about, I got a gig connection to the internet, I got 10 gigs, I've got all this traffic going by, how do I figure out which connection pairs are actually persistent connections or not? That's what Rita is designed to go in and find for you. So Rita processes Zeek data by default. It does support some other data formats like NetFlow, but I will say those data formats are horrible and you're not going to get the same level of accuracy and resolution out of those. So Zeek is the way to go. So you could have Zeek watching all the traffic going in and out of your internet link. So let's say you take a box, let's say your firewall is connected to your switch, right? The internal interface of the firewall is connected to your switch. Go into that switch, set up a span port to watch all the traffic going in and out of that internal interface on the firewall. And now off of that span port, you put Zeek. And now Zeek will record all of the connections going in and out of your firewall. You can then take that Zeek data, run it through Rita, and Rita will tell you, is any of it persistent? Is any of it something that, they're in constant communication that you may want to investigate a little bit further? So here's an example, right? So we took some Zeek data, we imported it into Rita, and we said, analyze this for connection persistency. And what Rita does is Rita uses a score on a scale of 0 to 1 to identify connection persistency. The higher it is, the closer it is to 1, the more likely there's connection persistency here. The lower the number, the less likely. So 1 is basically, we're 100% certain there's connection persistency here. 0.833 is we're 83.3% certain there's connection persistency here. And what I usually coach folks is anything that scores 80% or higher, that's worth investigating. That's worth going in and taking a look at. Now, that doesn't mean anything below 80% is never worth looking at. I'll always look a little bit below that, maybe as low as like 0.6, just to see how much data got transferred. Anything that looks like there was some large amounts of data getting transferred, yeah, I'm going to go and investigate those as well. So Reader is showing me my score, my source IP, so this is the system I'm going to need to investigate. Who is it talking to on the internet? How many connections actually took place between those two? So in this case here, there was 20,000, a little over 20,000 connections that took place. Then I'm going to see the average number of bytes that were transferred as part of each connection, 92. That's fairly small. And then everything else after that, don't worry about it. Everything else after that, quite honestly, is more of a developer thing. It's for, hey, I had this compromised system and Rita didn't detect it. Well, what we're going to ask you for is give us the whole line. And this is going to show us what did Rita see for in that connection. What did it look at to say, why it thought it was persistent or not, and it allows us to tune it to make it a better tool. So it's really the first couple of values you're interested in as a threat hunter, if you will. The other thing Rita will do is Rita will go in and show you, do you have any potential C2 over DNS? So here what it's telling me is Simru.com, we did 220, we looked up 227 unique resources and 502 queries total. Okay, 227 kind of sounds like a lot, right? This is actually a domain that allows you to submit binary information, and they come back and tell you if it's known malware or not. So when you're doing a host lookup, what you're actually looking up is a hash of a file to see if that's known to be malicious or not. It's kind of an interesting service. So we would know we've signed up for this service and would know, oh, hey, that's something we can ignore. We'll add that to our safe list so we don't have to pay attention to it anymore. So we may go in and say, hey, yeah, any queries we're doing within cmru.com, don't worry about those. Passer is a really cool tool. So Passer is the brainchild of our Mr. Bill Stearns, who's been helping out a lot in Discord. Thank you, Bill. Every time I go in to look to see if there's somebody who needs help with something, you've already taken care of it. So I really appreciate that. Passer is designed to sit there passively, and thus the name Passer, and just watch what takes place on the network. And it'll do things like it'll try to identify what is the system, what ports are being used. It'll tell you what's open on a system, right? Like, how does it know TCP port 43 is open on this box? Because it saw someone connect to that port and transmit data. So now I need to ask myself, why is port 43 on that open on that box? What does that port do? Why is that there? Should that actually be open? I need to go in and pay attention to that. So it gives you can see you get a lot of really good information about what's going on in that environment. One of the things we're in the process of adding in is full TCP passive fingerprinting, meaning for every time we see a system try to connect to somebody else via TCP, we'll go through and try and identify what is that source operating system. I'd say we're probably about 2 months away from having that capability built into Passer. We were looking at some of it yesterday. I am really excited about that because we haven't had a decent passive fingerprinting tool around since P0F, and that was like 15 years ago, which, not surprising, Bill was also involved with that project. All right, last one before we take a break. This is not a threat hunting tool per se. It's a good way to test your threat hunting process. Bill calls it the threat simulator tool. I call it the beacon simulator tool. But basically, this is a tool that allows you to go in and set up what looks like a C2 channel. So for example, sunburst, I talked about that, right? Let's say I wanted to see, could my environment detect sunburst if it just showed up on my network? Well, I could go in and I could run beacon simulator. I could target some IP address out on the internet, and I could simply go in and say, hey, connect to port 80 every 900 seconds and jitter it 90 seconds. And that would simulate what sunburst looks like on the wire. If my systems see that and say, hey, there's connection persistency here, what's going on? This just showed up. You may want to pay attention to this. Great, we're in good shape. If I can run that for days and no one notices, that's bad. Because this could, had this been a real problem, this could be a compromised system calling out to a command and control server. So it allows you to very easily simulate that. The other thing I love about it, and it's because Bill is, through and through a blue team guy, this cannot be used against you. One of the problems with Cobalt Strike is they developed it as a testing tool, but the bad guys use it because it is an actual real functioning C2 channel. This is not a real functioning C2 channel. This is something that only will emulate one. So you can go in and see if you can detect it. And one of the capabilities it has in it, which is going to become real important over the next couple of years, you can jitter the payload size. We're not seeing that yet, but that's where the evolution of all this stuff is going. And that will make it harder to figure out if they've activated the command and control channel and stuff like that. I'll add content into this class around that as we need it. But just keep in mind, that's one of the capabilities of this tool too, which is kind of cool. All right, we're going to take a break. So this is our longer break, 20 minutes. So, folks, start your VMs, because when we come back, we'll come back and jump into doing our first lab. So I will go offline until 20 minutes after the top of the hour. I will tell you when I'm back so that if you need to reload the screen, you can. I'll see folks in about 20 minutes. All right, we are back. Hopefully everybody's had time to get their VMs up and running. let's get into doing some labs. Always a lot more fun than having to listen to me talk. All right. So we're going to go through and we're going to do some labs. Now, here's my challenge is the author here. We got people who are different skill levels, right? Some of you may have been threat hunting for a while. You're looking to just kind of sharpen your skills. For some of you, you know, you've done security for a bit, but this is a new concept. For others, this is all brand new, right? So how do you write labs for that range of skill sets and not frustrate people? This is the problem I've tried to solve with doing the labs. So here's what I've done. I've broken all the labs up into a couple of different parts. So for each lab, here's what we're going to do. The first slide is going to be the problem. Here's what I want you to solve. You know, I want you to identify the 10 longest connections that took place between an internal IP and an external IP address. Something like that. You know, this will be the problem for you to solve. For the folks that have been doing this for a while and you're familiar with the tools, take that problem, run with it, right? If you can look at that and say, oh yeah, I think I know what I need to do, go for it. If you look at it and you say, okay, I remember Chris talking about it. I kind of think I know how to solve it, but I'm not really sure. The next slide, which I won't cover, is going to be the hint slide. The hint slide won't give you the answer, but it'll give you some stuff to think about that'll help point you into the correct direction. If you go through the hints and you say, okay, I'm still lost, I still don't know what to do, the next slide after that is the commands I want you to run. Go in, run the commands, see what the output that comes out, see if that, you know, see why does that answer the question that we're going through and doing. If you're still lost, I got the full answers after that. So I've broken these up into multiple parts to try and make it something that people of different skill levels can go through and work with. And oh, by the way, you know, it might be for a couple of these labs, you can just look at the problem and be fine. And one or two, you might need the hints, and that's okay too. So help me skill this for you type of thing. Let's see, if you were hiring somebody for an entry-level cybersecurity role, what kind of home lab projects would you want to see? So, um, so it's not even so much like what home lab projects you're doing. What are you doing with that? Are you blogging about it? Are you helping others? Have you, you know, developed some techniques that maybe other people haven't thought of? Have you simplified things so that folks that are a couple of skill levels below you will now get better use of that tool? I think that's the stuff that I really look for versus, you know, someone who comes in and says, hey, I have 8 Raspberry Pis at home. Cool. You know, and I kind of run, you know, I do pen tests against myself in blue teams. Cool. Okay. You know, I have some context there, even if I believe what you say, but it doesn't really show me what you've learned and what you know. But if you've written about it someplace, or if you've done a video on it, I can go watch that. I can get a handle based on that. So it's not even so much what would you do as, or what you have, as what have you done with that? Just wanted to try and save Bill some typing by going through and answer that one. All right, so login information. So here's your first lab. So you want to start in the lab 1 directory. Let me show you that. So when you first log in, you're going to be here. If I go in and I type ls, oh, I've got a VirtualBox dep in here, which you might not have. The ones you want to look for are these 3 right here. Lab 1, Lab 2, Lab 3. You want to see these 3 directories. And the first place that you want to go is Lab 1. So I'm going to say cd space Lab 1. And here's what's in the Lab 1 directory. I have a PCAP file. So I could use TCP dump. I could use Wireshark. I could use T-Shark against that. You know, if I wanted to go in and do an analysis on that. I also have a bunch of .log files. The .log files are all Zeek log files. So for this first problem we need to solve, I have Zeek and I have PCAP. So one of the first things I might want to think about is, which one do I want to use? Do I need both? Do I only need one? Which one, which one might be a better one to use? So that's the first problem I need to solve. So I want you to identify the top longest connections between a private IP address and a legal IP address. So internal to external, if you will, and the top 10 cumulative communication times. Now, both of these I've covered earlier. Both of these I've given you examples for in the slides. So you actually have, if you flip back far enough, you'll find it as a reference. Go in, give this one a shot. Any questions, problems, just go ahead and throw it in the Discord channel. I'm going to go quiet for a little while just to give you time to work on this lab without me droning on in your ear. Okay, we are back. So this one hopefully was fairly straightforward because we pretty much covered everything in there, although I did kind of sneak a command on you, and I apologize for that. I got to add some content. And that was, we wanted to talk about long connections, right? So we need to kind of see how much data do we have to work with, right? So I could do, let's say, like a TCP dump -n -r, load in that trace1.pcap file, pump that through less, and I could look at, okay, what's my timestamp here, and then page all the way through to look at the end and see what's the end timestamp, and that would kind of give it to me that way. So that's one possibility for trying to find the time range. But the other one is I can use cap infos. So if I say cap infos, and I'm just going to put in the pcap file name, trace1.cap. This gives me a lot of really helpful information about what's in that pcap file. So notice I get to see, what's the size, how long was it captured over, what was the transfer rate, and this information here is applicable to us. What's the duration of the capture? And this says just shy of 86,400 seconds. 86,400 is exactly 24 hours. I'll save you from having to do the math. And if you look at the time frames, you can see this started at about, let's say 5 p.m. 5 p.m. on 6/4, ran until 5 p.m. on 6/5. And we also get to see hashes far at packet rate, all sorts of information like that. So what if I don't care about all of that? What if the only thing I really want to see is just the duration information and that time information? I can go in and I can say AEU, and that'll just print that information out. So here's my duration, my start time, my stop time. So now I know I have 24 hours to work with here. So I know that a long connect. So why does this matter? So let's say we did this and the capture file was only an hour long. If it was me, I'd say it's not worth looking for long connections because the longest connection we could find is an hour, and an hour is down in the ground noise. I said we may want, if we're looking for long connections, you kind of want to focus on like 5.5 hours or longer. Anything shorter than that may have just been a big file transfer or something along those lines. So with an hour, we can't figure that stuff out. So I wouldn't bother. But here we see 24 hours. So we know, okay, this may be worth going in and taking a look at. Now, I'm going to cheat. And I'm going to go through and paste in the second command. This is our longest duration cumulative time. Excuse me. Our longest cumulative time communications. And a couple of these that pop up, we said we wanted to see the top 10. So I ran it through the head command, which will print the first 10 lines of output. However, not all of these are valid. That's a multicast. That's a multicast. These are multicasts. So those don't really count. So I got like 3 that don't count. So I could go in and say, let's say head 15. We'll print out the first 15 lines. And in the first 15 lines, I'll get to see the top 10 that are internal IP to external IP. These are not internal IP to external IP. This is internal IP to the local multicast network. They never left the actual network. In 2 cases, it's using IPv4. In 2 cases, it's using IPv6. So we said 5 hours or more. It's 5.5 hours. It's about 20,000 seconds. So I'm going to be most interested in anything that lasted longer than 20,000 seconds. Well, I only got one line entry for that, and that's it. Now, I'm using this command, and I covered this one before, so hopefully this command makes sense to you. But let's say it doesn't. Let's say you're looking at that and you're like, yeah, what is that doing? Here's what I do. Go back and just step through it. So kind of like we did before. So let's say I'm going to arrow back all the way to catcon.log. What does that do? Oh, that prints out a ton of information, and I don't know if I need all of that or not. Okay, what's this next command do? Okay, the next command up to there, if I run that, oh, hey, look, now I'm getting source destination IP address along with the duration. Okay, what's the next command do? Well, the next command is a sort command. So if I run that, oh, hey, look, everything's nicely sorted together. When the source and destination IP addresses are the same, they're one line right after the other. Oh, okay, that's what that's doing to my output. So you see what I'm doing here? I'm taking that big long, oh, thank you, SSH. I'm taking that big long command and I'm just stepping through it to see what parts of that, or what each of the different parts of that are actually doing. You know, what do they matter? Okay, so let's talk about what you should have found. So here are the hints I gave you. So I remember, so this said long connections, relative term, you need to know the length of time being audited. PCAPs don't store connection information, right? Because remember I said you had a PCAP and you had Zeek logs. Which one should you use? Well, in the hints I said PCAPs don't have that information, but the Zeek logs do. Okay, that helps to kind of point you in the right direction, right? Here's all the commands. And then here's where I go in and I start talking about it. Okay, this is specifically what you want to do and why you want to do it. So the first thing we wanted to go in and take a look at was our top 10. And like I said, okay, so here's the cap infos that we looked at before. And then I said, okay, let's look at our top 10. And I said, yeah, this is the only one above 20,000 seconds. So that's the only one that's really worth going in and taking a look at. Everything after that was 243 seconds or less. And then when we go in and we start adding stuff up, this one pops up to 4,000, but that's still well below the 20,000 threshold that we said we wanted to investigate. So we're still just at one of them that's worth taking a look at. But I do want you to note that, you know, when we just looked at duration time, we had some doubles here, right? Here's 52, 184, 216, 246. There was a 129 second connection, a 128 second connection. We want to see, you know, total time between systems. That's why we went in and we started adding stuff up with data mesh. But here we said 243 seconds was our second longest time. Well, you can see, yeah, no, we had a bunch that were longer than that. But you had to look at it from a cumulative perspective in order to be able to figure that out. Okay, so we had one that was a long talker. The second one here, 52, 179, 219, 14, it's at 4,000. Normally, I wouldn't investigate that. But for the sake of checking more than one system, we're going to go through and we're going to check that one a little bit deeper. So we've identified connection persistency. We've identified 2 potential long connections on our network. The next thing we want to do is take a look at why are they, you know, what was the user trying to get to? Is there an obvious business need behind it? Because if there is, we're done. If there's not, we got to get down the rabbit hole a little bit further. So how do we figure out what's there? Well, here's a couple possibilities here. One is we could use the host command, or you can use the NS lookup command on Windows. Look up those IP addresses, see what comes back. There's also resources out on the internet that you can look up IPs on. that will give you additional information about those. Instead of telling you what it is, I'll let you go through and run it, and then we'll cover what it is. So let me give you a couple of minutes to walk through this one, and then we'll go through and we'll cover it. All right. Excuse me, one sec. Sorry about that. So it is pollen season down here in Florida, and as a non-local, which I think a lot of people in Florida are non-locals, my body is still adjusting to the pollen down here, so I kind of get coffee on occasion. So I'm going to apologize right now in case I happen to like cough into the microphone on everybody. I am trying really hard to hit mute before that happens. So yeah, let's talk about this one a little bit. So someone asked, hey, how about this other tool instead of the two that you have listed here? That's perfectly fine. These two are just examples. There are many tools out there that you can feed an IP address into, and they will hand you back information about that IP that they know about. If you've got another tool you like to use better, absolutely go ahead and use that. Not a problem. I just picked two random samples type of thing. Now, one of the other things I wanted to do real quick too is we're trying to look at what was the user trying to get to when they went to this IP, right? Well, shouldn't that data be in DNS.log? Because that's what DNS.log is for, right? Here's one of the problems you run into with long connections. With a long connection, sometimes the connection started before this data set was collected. In other words, that first long connection we saw, remember it was a second and a half short of 24 hours. So that tells me the connection started yesterday. Well, when do we do the DNS lookup? We do the DNS lookup when the connection starts, right? So if the connection started yesterday, that data might be in yesterday's data. It's not going to be in today's data. So you can see here, when I gripped for that IP address that was running almost the entire 86,400 seconds, I got nothing back. That's not surprising. Beacons, you should not have this problem. But if you go in and you see a connection that had been running the course of the entire day, don't be surprised if you don't have a DNS query for it. You may have to go back to the previous day or maybe the day before that to be able to find out what was the user trying to get to when they went to that IP. Now, the second entry, this didn't pop up at all until we looked at cumulative time. So that tells me we're connecting to that system, communicating for a while, closing, connecting to that system, communicating for a while, closing, and doing that throughout the day. So we should see DNS lookups associated with that, and in this case, we did. And we can see the user was trying to get to array 53, blah, 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 Microsoft.com. Okay, if this is a Windows system calling out to Microsoft.com, is that really a surprise? This is, that's a known Windows notification server. Most Windows systems are going to connect up to one of the systems that are part of this group. So for the second IP, we've got something to work with already, right? Just by looking in the log file. It looked like the user was trying to get to Microsoft.com. Now, was that a real Microsoft.com system? That's something we can actually come back and answer a little bit more later. But we know the intent was, we at least know the intent was to get to a system within Microsoft.com. So the commands I had you run was I had to run a host command for each of these two IPs. And for this one, it points to demo1.ahhosted.com. Now, keep in mind, I'm looking at old data. By that, I mean host names can change. The IP addresses associated with them can change. So right now at this minute, it's pointing to this host. If I collected this data yesterday, high likelihood that information is still valid. But if I collected this data 2 years ago, which is when this data was collected, maybe that's a different host than what it used to be. I don't know. So keep that in mind when you're using the host parameter. You're resolving that query for what it's answering right now. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the same as when the user looked it up. The longer in the past the user did the lookup, the less likely it's going to be accurate data. But let's assume that this is data that was collected from yesterday off of our network. We still have a high confidence that that's a valid value. Now we need to look at, okay, what is that? Well, what I would do next is I would go to a browser that I trust and say, well, now this isn't a browser I trust, but it's a browser that will kind of work in this situation. I can go in and I can say, okay, let me go to that domain. What is it? And this brings me to active countermeasures. So now I need to look at, is active countermeasures a business partner? If I don't know the answer to that, maybe I go to purchasing and say, hey, do we have a purchase order that we send in to purchase services from active countermeasures? And they should be able to tell us yes or no. And they should be able to tell us who submitted the PO, who approved of this. So now I have someone I can go talk to say, what is the service? What are we sending them? What's going on? Now I have a rationale behind that. So let's say I do all that and I find out from purchasing, yes, we paid them. And I find out from the person sitting next to me on the security team, oh yeah, we bought that software and we're running it and blah, 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 blah. And we're using it as a service and we're sending them our log entries and they're doing threat hunting stuff or, whatever. We figure out, yeah, okay, that's something that's fine. We don't need to worry about that. The second IP address, let's look that up. Host 52, nothing found. That's not, so notice array 53 dot blah, 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 blah resolves to this IP address, but that IP address doesn't resolve to that same host name. It's actually kind of common. It's actually very common when the IP address space is outside of our control. In other words, it's quite likely that this might actually be an IP address that's part of somebody else's range, or it's something that we move around a lot to give different host names assigned. It's not worth creating a PTR record associated with it. So this is why we have a couple of different ways we can go in and we can check this information. All right. So the host command, I talked about this one. Now these two research tools I gave you, what do? They're good for kind of looking up reputational information and along with IP address lease space information. In other words, who's responsible for this IP space? So in the case of .52, notice it points to Microsoft. Now, one of the challenges we have with Microsoft today is they're a public cloud provider. So, and they haven't done a good job of keeping their stuff separate from their customer stuff. So maybe this is Microsoft, maybe it's a cloud instance. However, because we saw the DNS.log entry of what the user was trying to get to, we can see they're trying to get to a resource within Microsoft.com as opposed to, let's say, a host that's just simply getting services out of Azure. Threat Crowd gives you a nice little drawing of, here's what we know about and here's what's related to each other. Domains at Microsoft.com has registered Bing.com, WindowsUpdate.com, along with Microsoft.com, which is where this one is. It tries to kind of connect as much data as possible for you to help you run this down. This is one of the things I find super useful, as it goes through and it gives us a date history of what fully qualified domain names have been associated with this IP address. So if this has always been Microsoft.com like we see here, yeah, it's probably okay. But if this has bounced around to different fully qualified domain names over time, yeah, I'm going to be a little bit less trusting that this is actually accurate or that it's still associated with that particular domain. It's more likely, there's a higher potential it could be malicious at that point. All right. So let's take a break. When we come back, we want to start running down. So that first IP address, we're going to say business partner, we validated, we've got a purchase order with them, blah, blah, blah. The second one, it's looking like Microsoft. We can see they did a DNS query for Microsoft. But can I really be sure someone talked to a Microsoft system as part of this? We're going to do this lab when we come back. If you don't want to take a break, you want to jump right into it, go for it. But I am going to be on mute for the next 10 minutes. I will see folks at 10 minutes after the top of the hour. And we are back. So I did see one question in here. All these threat hunting tools are making the decisions based on logs collected and analyzed. Question, how can I determine if my systems, workstation servers, firewalls, and routers are generating the relevant syslogs? So part of the reason for using the network is so that we didn't have to rely on those as much, meaning that if they're not collecting logs, we can still threat hunt them. We can still make sure that, you know, they're still in a condition where they don't appear to be, they're not giving out indicators that they're in a compromised state. Now, with that said, if they do appear to be compromised, yeah, we want to be collecting some logs off of those. One of the best ways to go through and do it is maybe run some simulations, go through and do some exercises. So backdoors and breaches is probably a great game to go through and kind of play through, to work through different scenarios, and you can actually work through that with some of your own equipment to see, would you be able to catch this stuff? So that may be a good way to go through and check it. But that was one of the things that I stated about syslog, is that it's a failed open system, meaning you can not be collecting logs off a system. It has internet access. It can get compromised and you'd never know the difference. All right. So this system, let me get my SSH session back open over here. And let me kind of walk you through this one a little bit. So the question was, so this 52 address, it looks like when something's calling home to Windows. It looked like, you know, it was resolving a host name within Microsoft.com before it could connect to it. So it looks like it's going there, but can we know that for sure? Well, one of the things I can do is I can say, let me grep that IP address out of con.log. And then I'm going to pipe that through less space dash S, capital S. Less says, it's kind of like the more command on Windows, only you get a lot more functionality with it. With the less command, I can go in and I can say, I want to page up, I want to page down, I want to arrow left, I want to arrow right. So it gives me a lot more control of the data, and it'll pause one screen at a time, just like the more command was. The dash capital S says don't line wrap. So that way, well, let me show you the difference. So if I use less by itself, here's what my log entries look like. And that's kind of hard to read, right? Because everything's kind of line wrapped. Where does one line start? Where does one line end? So what I can do instead is I can say dash capital S, and now each line is a single log entry. So these are all my internal system connecting to that external IP. Upper port number, always going to TCP port 443. It's a TCP connection. It's TCP 443. This field tells me it decoded as SSL or TLS. So what that field is telling me is, I saw the SSL client, hello. I saw the SSL server, hello. I saw the digital certificate go by. This is an SSL TLS connection. Zeek does not distinguish between SSL or TLS. It just labels everything as SSL. You can actually look at what was negotiated to figure out, did it actually end up as SSL or TLS? But this tells me, because it called it SSL traffic, I can now go in and say, look at the SSL.log file, and let's see what's in there with regards to that IP. And when I go in and check that file, I can see we're using TLS version 1.2. I can actually see what negotiation took place, and I get to see who is the digital certificate issued to. Notice this is the exact same name that they were looking up via DNS. So the user tried to get to a host within Microsoft.com. That host returned a digital certificate for a Microsoft.com server. Are we 100% certain this is okay? No, we're 98% certain. The one missing piece is we could check this digital certificate to make sure it's okay. Zeek will do that, but you got to turn it on. And I don't have it turned on in this because that would require it to have the ability to go out and do internet access. So when you run Zeek, you could tell Zeek, validate the digital certificates you say, and you'll get things like I was showing you earlier where it's saying, hey, this is a self-signed certificate, or this is a valid certificate, or it's expired, or whatever. Zeek will tell you all that information. So had we been collecting that, I would then go in and look to see, okay, was the certificate valid? So if they if they did a DNS lookup on Microsoft, if the system identified itself as being that Microsoft system and the digital certificate matched and the digital certificate validates is okay, we're up to 99.9% certain that everything's all right. It's never going to be perfect, but that's about as close as we can get. So we had 2 long connections. The first one we recognized as being part of a business partner connection. So that one we can add to our safe list. And the second one turns out to be a Microsoft system that we can go through and add to a safe list. What do I mean by add it to a safe list? Well, what I mean by that is I would want to have some way to remove that data so that it doesn't show up. So it might be a script that says, hey, show me my long connections, but any IPs that match these that I've safe listed before, remove those from the output. That way I don't have to look at it. With what we've done so far, it takes a little bit of scripting work to get that done. And quite honestly, I don't cover that in this class. I cover it in the advanced class because that's more of an advanced topic. But just keep in mind, that's the basic process of how you would do it. You'd simply wrap a script around it that says, hey, all the IPs that are in this file, if they look like a long connection, don't print them out as data. So now what you do is you have your script go off at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, so that when you come in first thing in the morning at like 11:30, you check that output from the script to see, is there anything new here I need to worry about? If not, threat hunt done. We're in good shape. Really, it gets to be that simple once you've kind of automated an awful lot of this. It's just setting it up that way that takes a little bit of work. All righty. So yeah, so I'm showing you, yes, this looks like SSL. It's got an entry in the SSL.log file. I even went into the X509 file based on that ID number to look at what was there. The X509 file will list more information that was on the digital certificate than the SSL.log file will. But we're going to assume they're both okay. And like I said, we would just go through and add these to our safe list at this point here. All right, in this next lab, we're going to go through and see if we can identify a beacon based on session size. Now, we mentioned there's 2 ways to find beacons. You can look for them based on timing, or you can look for them based on session size, right? Looking for that heartbeat. Here's the problem. It's very hard to script at the command line the ability to go in and look for the delta times between connections to see if there's a consistency there. It's really hard to do. I haven't found an elegant way myself. So while we might want to look based on timing, that can be a little challenging to go through and do. So what do we do instead? What's plan B? Well, plan B is to run Rita, but we're going to get to that in a later lab. So what we're going to work with here is plan C. With plan C, we're going to look at all of the connections our internal systems made to hosts out on the internet, and then we're going to count them up. And we're going to see, are there any systems on the internet that we're connecting to a lot, that we see, one internal system doing many connections in the course of a day? If we spot that, and so what constitutes a lot? Maybe 1,000 or more. Maybe we pick that number. Again, the higher the number we pick, the more likely anything we find is absolutely going to be a beacon. The lower the number we pick, the more false positives we're going to get that we're going to need to weed through. So we could say, hey, I want to analyze anything with more than 25 connections, and you can do that, but you're going to spend days and days and days going through all of that data, possibly weeks, depending upon how busy your network is. So we'll pick a magic number like 1,000. Once we've identified there's a lot of connections going back and forth between these 2 systems, now we're going to look at how much data gets sent back and forth each time. Or even better, let's just look at how much data does our client send that system every time it connects to it. And if there seems to be a consistency pattern with that, that may be something we need to go in and take a look at a little bit further. So this is the lab. So we're still in the lab 1 directory. You've got the PCAPs to work with. You've got the Zeek logs to work with. Cough, cough. I'd use the Zeek logs if it was me. You want to see who have you connected to a lot out on the internet, and then look at, is there consistency in the amount of data you're sending to them each time? This lab's a little bit more challenging, so I'm going to give you a little bit more time to work on it. I'm going to go on mute so that you don't have me droning on in your ear while you're doing this lab. But if you have any questions at all, please just throw them into the Discord channel. So I'm still here. I'm just going to be on mute. And we are back. So you should be able to hear me. If you cannot hear me, well, then you're not hearing me and it won't matter. And yeah, we already did that with Bill this morning. So, okay, we'll let that go. But I had some folks saying they're having a great time in the labs. That is awesome. I am really glad to hear that. I apologize for the folks that got the wrong slides. I should have gotten Shelby the correct slides days ago and I screwed up. So yeah, if you're look at the slide number I'm on, 119. If you see this, you're okay. If your slide number is different, you got an old deck, go to the content channel, which is the Discord channel just below the one we're chatting in, and you'll be able to download the slides from there. And the slide name should have today's date in it. If you see that, then you know you're okay. All right, so we wanted to look for beacons. So we said step 1 was we need to see who's talking to each other a lot. And step 2 is there any consistency in the payload side that's going by? So we want to go in and we want to look at who's connecting to who and when. Now I could use the PCAP file and do this with T-Shark. It's possible. But it's going to take a lot to process because again, I got to load that whole PCAP in and all of that. So I'm probably going to be better off doing it with Zeek. And since I'm just interested initially in who's connecting to who, all that information is in the con.log file. So I'm going to start with that. Now, I don't want to see everything. So I'm going to say, hey, Zeek cut. And by the way, if you can't get Zeek cut to work, if you type in that command and it says command not found, you probably did our install with the script. The script install, it pulls down the package for Zeek and installs it. The Zeek package modifies your profile to give it the correct path to be able to find Zeek cut, but it doesn't do it live, which means you've got to actually log out after you run the install script and log back in. So if Zeek cut isn't working for you, just log out, log back in, hit up arrow, try the same command again. It'll probably work for you the second time. That'll get it into your path. So I'm going to use Zeek cut, and I want to know who's talking to who. So that's going to be id.orig_h, my source IP address. And it's going to be id.rasp_h, the target IP address. Cool. Let's just look at what we got so far. So here's everybody talking to everybody. Cool. All right, I'm going to want to sort that data so that anytime the source and the destination IP address is the same, they're going to be one line away from each other. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, I could say unique, right? And if I do this, this is going to show me one instance of everybody talking to somebody else. But I lose track of how many times they connected, right? I want to see how many times is my internal IP talking to that external IP. How do I get that? If I add a -c to unique, that says print out the one line, but put a number at the beginning of the line telling me how many times you matched. So with the -c switch, now I get this. So this is telling me how many lines did this IP address communicate with that IP address. Now notice some of these are multicasts. We're not going to care about those, but we'll get in and we'll kind of worry about that one later. Cool. So I've got a number there at the beginning. Well, I care about the ones where we connected the most, right? So I'm going to need to sort this again. So now I'm going to say I'm going to sort it. It's a number, -n, and I want to see bigger numbers first, -R. Yeah, let me do this. So let me first do this sort, and you can see, yeah, no, it's sorting this alphanumerically. It's not putting things in the correct order for me. So let's try it again. I'm going to say sort -N. Okay, now it's sorted correctly. My biggest numbers are ending up at the bottom, but maybe I don't care about everything here, right? So what I'm going to say instead is -R, print big numbers first. Okay, that worked, but now my answers are off the top of the screen, and now I'm just going to pump it through head. So I only see 10 lines of output. So here are my top 10 source destination IP addresses. Now, this one is a multicast. I don't care about that. This is a multicast, that's 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 a multicast. Oh, hey, look, that's a real IP. So my first one is an IP talking to an IP. I care about that. But it isn't until the last one that I actually get into another unicast communication again. And we set our threshold is going to be at about 1,000. Well, all of this is well below that, right? So this is the one I care about. That's the one I want to analyze to say, is it beacon behavior? In other words, if it's checking email, I would expect to see a lot of different session sizes going by, because sometimes you're sending an email, sometimes you're receiving, sometimes it's one line, sometimes it's a paragraph, sometimes it's got attachments. So email sizes tend to jump around all over the place. I might be viewing a page, and maybe I'm still using old, HTML1, and that might be a lot of connections. But I'm going to get different sizes for that too, because my text will be a different size than my image files, and so on and so on. So I want to kind of get a handle on, is there any consistency in the amount of data that gets transferred? So I'm going to want to go through and take a look at that. Well, I can actually use an awful lot of this command that I would already use before. So I'm just going to hit up arrow, and there's a couple of things I'm going to want to add in here. So to start, I'm going to want to see how much data got transferred. Now, Zeek breaks that out into two possibilities. I can look at how much data went from my client to the server, or how many bytes went from that server out on the internet back to my client. Which one do I care about? For me, I'm going to look at how many bytes my system sends to that host out on the internet. That's the number that's most important, because if there's data exfiltration, that's where I'm going to see it. It's data leaving my network. So the data leaving my network, that's the one that's most important to me. So I'm going to say original bytes. That's the number of bytes that are leaving my network. Cool. Now, I don't want to see that for everything in the log, right? I only want to see the data associated with this connection up here, right? A lot of connections taking place. So I'm going to need to add in a grep command that says look for 104.248.234.238. Is that right? Yeah. Yep, that IP is right. So I'm catting con.log. I'm extracting out source and destination IP, as well as the number of bytes the internal IP address is sending to that external system. Then I'm saying, hey, grep, the only time I care is when this target IP address is involved. Only show me that stuff. That's it. Then I'm saying sort the data. Then I'm saying unique C. Then I'm saying sort -RN or NR. Then I'm saying pump it through head. The rest of the command can stay as it sits. So the only thing I modified was I added in original bytes and a grep command looking for the IP address I care about. So now when I hit enter on that, I get one line back. So we knew there were 3,011 connections total. All of them have exactly the same amount of data being sent from my internal IP address to that host out on the internet. That to me sounds like it's a command and control channel. There's definitely data consistency here, right? This really looks like a beacon to me. So this is something I'd want to dive into a little bit deeper. Cool. So let's see how we did. Let's see if I missed anything here. Yep, so the commands to try. So I went in and we said, yeah, this one here, that's above 1,000. That's worth going in and taking a deeper look at. We said we can't do a time analysis because there's no easy way to extract the delta information. So we're going to do an analysis based on the number of bytes that went by. When we threw that in, we saw, hey, every single connection transferred the same amount of data from the client to the server. That really sounds like a beacon. This is something we want to dive in on a little bit easier, a little bit deeper. So we could do what we did before. We could run the host command. We could go in and look at dns.log. We could use those two external tools to do some research on that external IP. But hey, then I'd be teaching the same stuff all over again. And what fun is that, right? So we're going to mix it up a little bit. This time, we're going to go through and use ngrep and just take a look at the payload. We're going to do our protocol analysis next. So what I want you to do is use ngrep to read that PCAP file. Remember dash capital I instead of dash lowercase r? Remember that one. Remember dash Q? You want to include that. Take a look at this connection pair and see what's going on in the payload. See if it looks like it's something that might be suspect or not. I'll give you a couple minutes to work through this one, and then we'll go through and we'll cover it. I will be on mute while you work through this lab. Okay, let's talk this one through. So the concept was we wanted to go in and use ngrep to analyze what was going on in the payload in these sessions. Ngrep is designed to read PCAPs, not Zeek logs. So we needed to go over to the PCAP file for this one. So I said ngrep space dash Q, don't print out all those pound symbols, dash I, trace1.pcap, that's our PCAP file, host 192.168.99.51, that's our internal IP, and host 104.248.234.238. In other words, I'm saying both IP addresses have to be present for you to grab the packet. So that could be the packet going from the internal system to the external, or the external going to the internal. Either one will work. And then I'm piping it through the less command just so it doesn't scroll everything off the top of the screen. Hit enter on that, and it's telling me here's my filter. Notice it's looking for those two systems when they talk to each other, and it's not limiting the protocol to like TCP or UDP or the ports or anything like that. I'm not doing any of that stuff. Not yet anyway. And this is telling me, hey, your internal IP address coming from this upper port number was talking to that external IP address on TCP, that's a T, TCP port 80. And in the fourth packet, when the ACK and the push flag was set, here is what's in the payload. Pretty cool, huh? So what's this? So this is a GET request for some long name that's in the RMVK30G directory. Now, here's one thing that's kind of weird to me. This looks like a directory specification, right? It doesn't have a file extension to it. It's not trying to run a Python script. It's not trying to read an HTML file. It's not trying to show a JPEG. It looks like it's just specifying a directory, in which case would run the default index.html file that's located inside of that directory. That's what it looks like what's going on. And that's a really, who would name their directory that on purpose, right? So that's the first one that kind of strikes me as weird. Usually we're going to use a naming convention that means something to the admin. This doesn't look like it has any human relatable things to it. So that's my first kind of, oh, this looks weird. Let's see what else is in here. It's saying that it accepts text, image, all of that looks fine. It wants to use a keep alive. Here's my user agent string. User agent string, Mozilla 4, Windows 7, 6.1. Huh? This is a Windows 7 system? Maybe. But if I know we don't run Windows 7 internally, then I'm going to be really suspicious when I see that. Wow, that's a really old version of Java. I hope we're not doing that. What else we got here? This host parameter. So this host parameter is saying, this is who we were trying to get to when we went to this web server. Now here's the problem. The host parameter was designed to let you run multiple virtual websites on the same physical box. So I could have 50 web servers all running at 192.168.1.10. And when you resolve their names, they all resolve to that exact same IP address. The way you find you get sent to the correct web server at that IP address is this host parameter. So I might try to get to www.foobar.com. So when that gets to that .10 address, the .10 address says, okay, I got 50 web servers running. Which one of the 50 is Chris trying to get to? And then it looks at this host parameter and says, oh, www.foobar.com. Oh, that's virtual web server 7. Here you go. I'll hand it off to that application over there. It shouldn't be an IP address. That's not right. So this looks kind of odd to me. Let's see. Then we've got an HTTP 200 OK. So the server is saying, oh, that's a valid URL. I'm okay with that. This one kind of tweaks me a little bit too. It's saying the content type is, this is an application. Well, then why doesn't this have a script extension or a .com or a .exe or something that would make it easily identifiable as an application? Why does it look like they're trying to hide that? This looks really suspicious to me. So by going in and analyzing the payload, this looks odd. Now I'm going to go in, I'm going to page through a little bit more and notice this pattern continues. Now, is this URI exactly the same one over and over again? Or is this changing slightly? Like, was this a lowercase b before and now it's an A? Okay, to kind of use our eyes to check that isn't going to work, right? It's going to make it really hard to go in and check that. So how can we check that? One of the things we can do is we can actually fall back to the Zeek logs for that. So we can go in and we can see, is this the same URI over and over again? Because again, this might be matching up, it might not. I don't know. So let's see if we can check that. All right, so it's HTTP traffic. So that means we're going to want to work with the http.log file that Zeek has. I'm going to want to use zcut. They're going to want to extract certain fields. And what do I want to say? Well, I'm going to need the source IP address, right? Because I want to be able to identify, hey, my source when it was talking to this specific host. So I'm going to need the host IP address as well. And I want to see that I want to see that URI. So I can actually say print out the URI. Now, if I'm just going to hit go. And when I do, look what comes out. It prints out a bunch of lines. These are the ones I'm looking for, right? That's one of the ones I'm looking for. This is one of the ones I'm looking for, but there might be other HTTP traffic in here that I just didn't notice that it zipped by. So we're going to want to make sure we clean it up just to the URIs that are here, and that's it. So how do I do that? Well, hey, let's go back to our old friend grep. So I'm going to go in and I'm just going to grep on the external IP address. I know ahead of time, this is the only internal system that was talking to that IP address. But normally I might want to say grep for the internal IP, then grep for the external IP, just to make sure I'm only looking for that pair. But I'm going to cheat. And then I'm going to run it through sort. And remember unique? Unique-C, what does that do? That says anytime I get a line that matches, print out only one line, but print out how many times you saw that line. Let's try this. Actually, let me clear the screen so it's a little less busy. And now I'm going to run this command we just did. Okay, 3,011 times. That's how many times we saw this IP address connect to the other IP address overall. My internal system talking to the external system sent this exact URI. What happens when we browse a website? We kind of browse the website, right? We go look at the main page, we maybe go look at product information, we go here, we go there, we click on different URLs, right? So if this was a human browsing a website, I would expect to see a bunch of different URIs show up here. but that's not what's happening. We're requesting the same URI over and over and over and over again. That doesn't make sense. So what is this? My guess is this is a command and control channel. My guess is this uniquely identifies my system as the compromised system, and it's the way my system is calling homes to say, hey, do you have any marching orders for me? The other thing that makes me really nervous here is that we already saw when the server responded, it said, you're going to get back a binary as an answer to this query. So that means they may be pulling down malicious code as part of this connection. How would I research this further? I'd probably look that value up. That looks distinctive to me. So it looks like, I mean, I could try and look all of this up, but my guess is that is unique to my system. This, I think, might be unique to just this C2 channel. So I would go out to Google and say, hey, Google, what do you know about this character string? And we'd see what Google would come back with. In fact, let me try that. Instead of just talking about it, Chris, right? So when I do that, here's what Google comes back with. Fiesta EK. Fiesta EK malware traffic analysis. Huh. What do you think we're looking at here? Maybe it's malware? Maybe it's Fiesta? Yeah, malleable C2 profiles. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we got some hits here. So let's say we were doing our threat hunt and we get to here. What do we do next? For me, it's time to hit that big red button. It's time to say, hey, I'm pretty certain we have a compromised system. This is why. 3,011 connections in a day. It's sending a URI that is a known signature for, Fiesta EK. So let's go in and read what binaries does this thing install, and maybe we need to see are any of those binaries running on that system. But we need, maybe we need to go in and do some scope and containment first, though. Now that we know this system's talking to it, maybe I go back to my Zeek logs and say, does anybody else talk to this IP address? If they do, they need to be part of this investigation as well. All right, let's see if I missed anything. Let's see. Yeah, so we did all this. We did the host. I mentioned the host parameter. I mentioned the lack of a file extension, Windows 7. I mentioned that, hey, look at that. It's pulling down a binary file. That's kind of weird. So all of that looks bad. And then we said, okay, but we're not sure if it's pulling, let's say, down a different binary each time, or is it making the same request over and over again? So we went to Zeek for that. And we just said, hey, let's use the URI field within Zeek to identify if this field is being repeated or not. So here's the, that's the same command I ran. And we came back with this. So we said, okay, all 3,011 connections. So that's how many we had in total. Every one of them looked for that same URI. And I said, this string looks kind of distinctive to me. Let's Google that. And when we Googled it, we came up with Fiesta. Yeah, so Fiesta EK malware. And I gave you a link in here if you want to go in and do some reading on that. And at this point, this is when I would say threat hunting is over. Incident response begins. All right. It is the top of the hour. So we're about to take another 10-minute break. But let me set this up real quick before we do. So now we're going to move to the lab 2 directory. So so far we've been working in lab 1. So I'm going to say cd space .. lab 2. And when I type that in, I'll see my prompt changes to lab 2. And if I look at what's in that directory, this time I have Zeek logs, but I don't have any PCAP file. So all I have to work with is the Zeek logs. Cool. What am I trying to solve? I want to check to see if there's any C2 over DNS taking place. So if I see a situation where there's more than 1,000 fully qualified domain names within a specific domain, that's going to be suspect to me. I'll give you a hint. I gave you a very long command that'll extract this out of Zeek for you. It might be easier to do some flipping around and find that command copy paste. And then I can talk you through what's going on with the command when we cover the labs. But this is the next lab. It's the top of the hour. I'm going to go on mute until 10 minutes after the top of the hour. I will talk with folks then. All right, we are back. So we had a really good question before the break, which was, is that really a Windows 7 system? It's a valid question, right? That certainly would help us figure out is something weird going on here or not. Luckily, that's something Zeke can answer for us. So here I said cat http.log, and I use Zcut. Before I was looking at the source and destination IP, and I was pulling out the URI string. This time I said I just want to look at the source IP, and I want to look at the user agent string. I went in and grepped for that internal IP address I was interested in, 99.51, and then I just said sort unique. So in other words, I just want to go in and I want to see how often was, what user agent strings are valid from the system's perspective. And notice we came up with a couple of them here. This one is used by TLS on a Windows 10 system. This one is used by Microsoft tools when they're going in and they're calling home. This is used as part of the Wins notification service. Also Windows 10. This is claiming to be a Windows 7 system. Wicca agent is the compatibility agent that they generated for Windows 10. So I've got 4 signatures that say I'm a Windows 10 system. I have 1 signature that says I'm some other system. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Yeah. So I could take this a little deeper if I wanted to. I could go back in and I could say id.resp_h, look at who they're talking to and sort those out unique. And now I can see that, let me pump that through less. So I can look at a page at a time. So I can see I've got 2 different IP addresses I'm using for this, for the Windows notification service. I've got one for crypto. This one pops up a lot. Why is that popping up multiple times? Why didn't that go down to 1? Because it's the same IP each time. Oh, that's weird. What did I do wrong? Oh, I didn't send it through unique. Now I'll pump it through less. Okay. Windows notification service, multiple different IP addresses. Crypto API, multiple IP addresses. Wicca agent, I'm only seeing it on 1 so far. That Windows 7 only comes out on a single IP address. Okay, let's look through a little bit further. Here's more wins, crypto. You get the idea. The only time it pretends to be a Windows 7 system when it's talking to that 1 IP. That is really suspicious to me. So, hey, great question. So the question was, could we tell if it was a Windows 7 system or not? And this tells me, yeah, it's definitely not. There's something else going on here because sometimes it claims to be Windows 10, sometimes it claims to be Windows 7. And then when we look at, okay, when we're talking to people on the internet, when does it identify itself as one versus the other? That's when we went in and we saw, oh yeah, hey, it's only identifying itself as Windows 7 when it's talking to 1 particular IP address. That makes it even more suspect. Great question. Great
Chris,
question. Yes.
got one more question over in GoToWebinar. Want me to read it out?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so threat hunting is mostly concerned with identifying C2. Is there a strategy for east-west lateral movements?
Good question. So yes, but it's probably not going to help you on the network. There are tools that try to detect lateral movement on the network. The problem is most of them don't work very well, right? Like if you're trying to log into multiple systems, they might flag on that. Well, maybe you're logging in at the beginning of the day, you have multiple servers you authenticate to, and that's why that's happening, and that's going to be a false positive. Maybe it's because it sees PowerShell going off. Well, maybe it is. Maybe the admins are running that as a script within the login script. Maybe it's getting backed up. So you get a lot of false positives when you start looking for stuff like that. What I like to do instead is work with honey tokens. Do things like set up user accounts no one should ever log into, and if somebody does, that's lateral movement. Set up a login script on your net login share, and then don't assign it to anybody's profile. And if somebody starts accessing that file, that's lateral movement. That was like pen testing 101 back when I used to do it like 15 years ago. When you breach that initial system and you need to get an initial lay of the land, what's that internal network look like? You went to the net login share. You grabbed a copy of all the login scripts and you looked at what was in the login scripts. That told you where the HR system is, the accounting system, where are all the crown jewels that I might want to go after. So if someone goes in and copies all those login scripts, well, they'll copy the one not assigned to any profiles that you set up alerting on. And that will tell you, hey, someone's grabbing that login script. And all you do now is you make an exception for the backup for when that goes off. If the backup system IP reads that file, who cares? If it's any other IP, I need to worry about that. So I like to use honey tokens for detecting lateral movement. Now, with that said, another technique is just simply when you identify it's a command and control server, go back through your data and see if anybody else is talking to it. And if they've moved laterally and got access to other systems, I kind of described this process earlier. These are my fallback systems. So if somebody figures out that first one's compromised, I can come in through one of my secondary systems. A nice accurate way to find those without any false positives is once you've identified the primary channel, just simply do a search on that external IP. Who else is talking to it? And you're probably going to find some number of systems. Hey, they only spoke to it 2 or 3 or 4 times in the course of the day, but that's enough for you to know, yeah, those systems have been whacked too. I need to go in and address those as well. Great question. Thanks for flagging that one, Bill.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Cool. So C2 over DNS, I'm going to give you a couple more minutes to do, well, yeah, actually, you've had a lot of time to work on this one. So let's go through and kind of talk about this one. Because this one, I think I need to describe what's actually going on with the commands more than just kind of leave it to you to kind of try and figure out what's actually going on. So let me get my screen back here. Here we go. So I'm going to go back into this lab 2 directory again. And we want to go, yeah. There we go. And we said we only have Zeek logs to work with. That's okay. We could use Zeek logs. We've got this DNS.log. That's going to have all my queries in it. So if I go in and look at that, here's all my queries right here. Now, just eyeballing it, look at this query. That's a very odd host name, isn't it? And look at that. That's a very odd host name. That's a very odd host name. Notice a pattern here. All the host names I looked up that are associated with honestimnotevil.com look very odd. But we can't just count on eyeballing it, right? This is test data, right? In a production environment, there'd be other queries in there. It might not stand out as much. So how do I extract that data out and work with it? So the first thing I want to do is I want to say cat dns.log, right? And then we're going to want to run it through zcut. What do I want to zcut out? I want to cut what is the user looking up. That's the query field. So if I just hit enter and look at that, hey, yeah, this is what I'm looking for, right? This is these long, convoluted, fully qualified domain names. And we noticed a pattern with honestimnotevil.com looking like this is the one that is a problem. So what I want to see is how many different unique names did I look up? So there's a couple of ways I could go through and do this. I could go in and I could say query that, sort it, put it through unique, like that, and I'm going to output that to foo. What is this doing? This is going to create a file named foo. That's all, instead of printing it to the screen. And then once I do that, I could say vi foo, and that's going to show me how many lines are in the file. each line in the file is a unique name. So that's one of my possibilities to go through and do this. It's not very elegant, it's not automated, but that would actually work. All right, let's get rid of foo, and let's see if we can't get something that would be a little bit more readable to like a junior analyst. So I'm going to go back to my Z-cut with my query, and I want to go through and I want to total up how many queries I have in each domain somehow. So how do I do that? Well, the first thing I'm going to want to do is sort, right? Anytime the query is the same, if I looked up the same thing, I want that one right after the other. Now, I'm not interested in the raw number of queries. I'm only interested in unique queries. How many times did I look up something different? So I'm going to pump it through sort, and then I'm going to pump it through unique to get that. Now I need a pattern match. Now here's the problem. Sometimes it's a hostname.evil.com. Sometimes it's a hostname.subdomain.honestimnotevil.com. How do I tell it how many to cut out when the beginning of it is variable? This is going to sound a little weird, but follow along. One of the ways to do that is to simply reverse the order of the characters. So when I do that, I end up with something that looks like this. Notice here's I'm honest, I'm not evil backwards. But now my top level domain, my .com, is always going to be the first thing in the line. My second field, my fully qualified domain name, is always going to be second. And then third, or possibly fourth, is going to be my subdomain in my my fully qualified domain name. So I've now got my top level domain and my domain as the first two things that are in there just by reversing the characters. Cool. Now I could go through and use cut to cut them out. The problem is cut expects there to be spaces between my columns. And I don't have spaces here, I have periods. So I got to say -D period. My column separator is not a space, it's actually a period character. And then I'm going to say -F 1-2. Cut out fields 1 and 2. Let's see what that does. Notice what happened. All my subdomains have immediately been truncated out. All I've got is my domain information here. Cool. Now I can run that through reverse again. And hey, look, all my names come out right. Cool. So now I'm going to go through and I'm just going to sort it again just because I'm OCD. I probably don't have to. But then I'm going to say unique-C. I want to count how many instances I have of each. And then I'm going to say sort that. It's a numeric search, sort, reverse order, print highest first. And let's run that. Now I'm seeing, oh, I've got 2,074 unique resources within honestimnotevil.com that I looked up. I looked one up in ne.jp. Yeah, okay, whatever. I don't care about that. One that was in address ARPA, so that meant I had an IP address and I was trying to find a fully qualified domain name. Okay, that's fine. And I had one of my queries fail. So when we're looking for C2 over DNS, we're looking up an excessive number of resource records for a domain than what makes logical sense. And we said logical sense was around 10 or less for a domain we don't recognize, maybe a couple hundred for some of the larger providers like Akamai and Amazon. This is over 2,000 and it's a domain I don't recognize. This is clearly something I want to go in and pay attention to. So now what I need to do is I need to go to my DNS server and look at which client is sending it queries for honestimnotevil.com. Whichever client is doing that, that's probably the client that's been compromised and has the C2 running on it. I say probably, we're 99.9% certain. All right, so I gave you those commands. Yep, talked about that. Here are my answers. So this isn't so much a lab, but this was something that I felt the need to add in because I get vendors telling me, oh, just look for text record queries. In other words, their premise is the queries that are used to do C2 over DNS are always text record queries. Is that true? Well, we could actually look at this data set to see, is that true? We can see, is it text queries that are being using here? So I'm going to say cat dns.log. I'm going to say zcut. Now let's see, I want to know the query type, but I want the actual name. That is qtype.name, if that's right. Yes, it is. Awesome. And then I want to go in and just say query. And then I want to go in and say grep honest, I'm not evil. So what am I doing? Okay, I want to see the query types, right? But I can't print only the query types because some of these query types may have gone to queries that had nothing to do with honestimnotevil.com. So I'm going to print out the query type and the name that was being queried. And then I'm just saying in that line, if it's honestimnotevil.com, grab it. So now when I do that, all of the ones I'm getting are for honestimnotevil.com. Cool. Okay, now that I got the ones that are only for honest, I'm not evil, I don't actually care about that field anymore. So I'm going to say cut dash F1, only give me the first field. And now I'm back to my field, my query type again, but it's only going to be for the ones that that have anything to do with honest, I'm not evil. Cool. Sort it. Guess what I'm going to do? Sort unique sort. I think that's our threat hunter's mantra. Sort unique sort. I'm going to say sort unique dash C. It's I want to go through and count how many times I saw each, and then I'm going to say sort dash RN. So what's this telling me? This is telling me out of those 2,000 plus DNS queries that took place, 707 of them were MX records, 692 were text records, 675 were C names. Now, I'll be straight. I set this one up. This was a lab test that was run. This was not somebody who got compromised in the wild. I really wanted to get an even 700 for all three of those. This is as close as I could get. All right, fine. The point I was trying to make is, yeah, they could be text records, but with this particular tool, they can also be MX records and they could be C names. I could have used either one of those two exclusively if I wanted to instead. So if you're just going in and looking for a lot of text queries only, and that's what you're paying attention to, you are going to miss C2 over DNS because it could be using MX, it could be using C names. I've also seen DKIM used. I've also seen quad A queries used. You need to look at how many unique queries are going into a domain, not get focused on the type. Why do they get focused on the type? They get focused on the type because it's easy to pattern match on. You can write that as an IDS signature and call it a day, but it's not going to catch the bad stuff for you all the time. Cool. And I should have given you, yep, I gave you the command for that here, showed you the output here, and that's it in a nutshell. Awesome. All right, so we've done a lot of manual work, right? We went through, we looked for long connections, we've looked for beacons, and we've looked for DNS over C2. And we did it all manually. And there was a lot of like commands to pipe stuff through and stuff like that. What I want you to do now is I want you to use Rita. And I'll give you a chance to work through this. So the Rita command is just Rita, hit enter, and this is going to show you a list of all your commands. So I could go in and I could say, let's say I want to find beacons. I could say Rita, show beacons. If I want to find long connections, Rita, show long connections. If I want to see DNS, Rita, show exploded DNS. And Rita will automatically check for long connections, beacons, and DNS for me. Now, when I type the Rita command, I have to say Rita space what command I want to do, like show beacons, and then I have to tell it what data set to use. Normally, you would have to import the data set. And all I'd do is I'd say Rita space import space, wherever the log files are for Zeek that I want to import in. I've done it for you to save you the work and save you a little time in the lab. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to check lab 1 and lab 2 for beacons, long connections, and DNS, exactly what we just did, and see, do you get the same results? Do you find anything new that maybe we missed before? Let me give you some time to go. Don't touch lab 3 yet. We'll come back and talk about that one later. So go in, give this a shot. I'm going to give you a little time to work through it. If you have any questions, concerns, just go ahead and drop them into the Discord channel. So I am still here. I'm still available to answer questions. I'm just going to go on mute so that I'm not a distraction. Okay, I'm going to give you a couple more minutes to work through this, but just to make sure we were all on the same page. So let's say I wanted to look for beacons, and I wanted to do it with the data we were working with in the Lab 1 directory. I would say Rita show beacons, and I'm just going to type in BE and then hit tab, and it'll auto-complete the rest of the command for me. And then I need to tell it which data set do I want to check. I want to check the data set for Lab 1. And then I'm going to pump it through head just so we only get 10 lines of output. Okay, here's what we got. What is this telling us? Actually, let me pipe that through less, just so it's a little bit easier to read. There we go. So what's this telling us? So this is telling us for my first connection, which is this IP talking to that IP, there were 3,011 connections. That was one of the ones that we tagged as being something we needed to pay attention to. Rita scored that in 88.5. When we said anything above 0.8, you definitely want to check that out. So we found that one before doing our manual check of consistency and session size. Now, if I look at the next one, this is almost exactly the same score as the first one. It's just a little bit lower. And the reason for that is this fewer connections. But we never checked that. We never learned about that. And the reason was when we were manually trying to find beacons, we arbitrarily picked a number of 1,000 and said above 1,000, we'll check it. We don't want to check below that because there'll be too many false positives for us to weed through. Well, Read is an automated tool. It can weed through that for us and nothing flat, no problem. So even though there were only 72 connections, Read has still said, yeah, I'm going to check it anyway. And oh, hey, look, it generated a score above 0.8. That tells us that's something we need to pay attention to. So Rita did this faster, more efficiently, and found things we didn't find with our manual check. Pretty cool. And to look at the other data, it's the same type of thing. So again, just to kind of show the commands again. So I just did a show beacons, right? But I could also do, let's say, a show long connections. I could also do a show exploded DNS, and that'll do the other ones we did before. Now, we had a question from Mr. Pink saying, how are long and short connections defined in Rita? So Rita doesn't necessarily define a long versus a short connection. What Rita does is Rita says any connection longer than 2 minutes, I'm going to give you a log entry on it. And now you can choose what your cutoff value is. In other words, you can say, I'm going to investigate everything down to an hour. And you could do that if you wanted to. So anything that lasted more than 2 minutes, Rita will report it. But we probably don't want to check stuff that was that short in time. So it really doesn't distinguish between the two. It just says, hey, anything longer than 2 minutes, that's what I'm going to start reporting on. All right, I'm going to give you another couple of minutes, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about this. Pretty easy, right? So let's see, just to go back. So I said, Rita show beacons lab 1 and said, look at, actually, let me stop piping it through less. I'm just going to say pipe it through head -5, just so we see the first couple of lines. And we can see, oh, hey, look, we got a couple of 0.8s. We got 2 systems with persistency we need to check. So rather than all the manual stuff, if we just input it into Rita, Rita will go through and show us that. If I say, Rita, show long connections in the lab 1 data set, and I'm going to pump that through head -5. That pops up and that says, hey, here is our longest connection right here. Here's our second longest connection that took place right here. So the first one is the only one we want to investigate. And again, that's what we came up with before, but we had to manipulate a lot of data to do it, whereas Rita just spits it out. Someone said, ooh, HTML reports, fancy. Yes. So if I am on a Linux system in an X Windows environment and I generate an HTML report, it'll automatically load up my web browser and load that report into it. if I do it over an SSH session like I'm on now, it'll just create a directory with all the HTML files in a subdirectory. I can then just zip up that subdirectory and send it off someplace else. Or I could point it over to, let's say, a web server that's running on the same box and access it that way if I wanted to. So the HTML gives you some flexible options. Somebody asked, can I do cumulative communication time? Not yet. You will with one of the next few versions that are coming out. We have the code for it. We're testing it, but it's not in there yet. I did give you commands on how to do this with Rita, I believe. Let me check. Yeah. So this second command was kind of using data mash to go in and add things up, but I'll be honest, don't do that. Let's see, that was this section here. Yeah, don't do that. And the reason is Rita, you may have just heard me say, Rita for long connections only tracks connections that are 2 minutes or longer. Well, that means that when I go in to add things up with data mash, I will be missing any connection times that were less than 2 minutes. So if you need to do cumulative connection time, you're going to want to use the Zeek data, the raw Zeek data. We are adding that feature into Rita. I believe the code's actually in it. We just haven't enabled it yet because we're still going in and testing it. It's in our commercial product. It just hasn't been enabled in the open source product yet, but we're going to be doing that soon. So that feature is to come. Okay, so that was long connections. That was beacons. We could also do a Rita show exploded DNS lab 1. Now that was a check we didn't even do, right? We didn't check for DNS over C2 over DNS in the lab 1 directory, but this comes back and tells us, oh, the most resources we accessed was in Microsoft.com. There were 24 different systems. Yeah, okay, no C2 over DNS there to worry about, right? Okay, now let's go back and do the same thing, but for the lab 2 directory. No beacons found. So that was pretty easy. Let's look for long connections. No long connections found. That was pretty easy. Now let's look at exploded DNS. Oh, hey, look. Here's that honest, I'm not evil domain we were talking about. And it's telling me that we looked up 2,074 unique resource records. Okay, it's a domain I don't recognize, you know, which I expect 10 or less. This is in the thousands. Yeah, that's definitely potential C2 over DNS. I'm going to investigate that further. Notice what Rita did for us. A majority of what we were spending time on was identifying the persistency, right? Is there a long connection? Is there a beacon? And even then, sometimes we kind of struggled with how do we get this to show, right? Rita just makes it happen. Now I know what I need to go in and take a look for. That makes it pretty cool. There are some things that we haven't quite put into Rita yet that is only in the commercial product. So I mentioned the cumulative time. Let me show you that real quick. So this is AC Hunter. This is the commercial version of Rita, if you will. The big difference is that Rita is great if you have a small budget, free time, and you're comfortable with scripting and automating things yourself. AC Hunter is kind of designed more for, I have a SOC that is that's run by mostly junior analysts, so it's people in college who hasn't finished their degree yet, and I need to make effective threat hunters out of them. So I talked about that scoring system that's built right in. You know, so I can go in and I can look at an IP address, and then over on the right, it's going to tell me, oh, this is where that score came from. We saw some very, beacons are strong with the system. You may want to go and investigate that. There was some pretty long connections going. We added some points in around that. We saw some unexpected protocol behavior that took place. So we'll actually go through and kind of break things down. And what's kind of cool is all this is clickable. So I can go in and I can say, hey, yeah, show me the beacons. And this will go through and this will show me that. This will show me what beacons are taking place. Here's that graph we looked at before. I've got my, what was the user trying to get to when they went to this domain. What's kind of cool is we were using some third-party tools to look stuff up. I can just click on a fully qualified domain name or an IP address and just jump right into one of those tools. If somebody was asking about VirusTotal, yeah, I can just jump right into VirusTotal and see what VirusTotal is telling me about that system. What's cool is these menus are editable. So for example, let's say I have a SIM. So I've got a system that I'm collecting host log entries from. I could add that to this menu. So now anytime that I need to see what's going on with that system, I can just jump into the sim and go take a look at it that way. This option here, deep dive, this one's pretty cool because this will show me everything this IP address is communicated with systems on the other side of the firewall. So for an internal IP address like this one, I'm looking at who did they talk to out on the internet, and everything gets color coded. So anything in white, that's our way of saying that, you know, we didn't see anything suspicious here. We think this connection's okay. Anything in orange, it's our way of saying, you know, this looked a little suspicious to us. It might be what triggered the points, the high point score. It might not be. It might even be something you've chosen a safe list in the past. We're going to show you everything in one spot here. What's also kind of cool about this is, let's say we were looking at this and we said, oh yeah, we're compromised. We're definitely owned. This system's whacked. You know, one of the questions was detecting lateral movement. How do you do that? Well, I mentioned one of the ways to do it is just look at that external IP and see who else is communicated with it. So I can click on that IP address, jump into deep dive, and this will show me all my internal systems that talk to that IP address. If there's only one, I'm in good shape. Clean this one system up and I'm good. But like I said, way too many hunts I've been on, there's been like 12, 14 other systems listed here. Okay, all 12, 14 systems are part of our scope now. We need to address all of them simultaneously so that the attacker can't jump out and do something weird. I mentioned Beaker integration with this. So let's see what's a good one. That's a good one. That's our notepad. So let's say I'm in and I'm looking at something and I say, hey, this looks suspicious to me, but I'm not really certain if we're owned. I wonder what application is running on this IP, talking to that IP address over that time frame. Well, if you got our open source Beaker project running, which our install tool will install that if you choose to run it. This is going to run slow because we've got one box doing way too much at the same time, but it will pop up with the interface in just a second. And when it does, you'll see it's just going in and saying, okay, when that IP address was talking to that IP over that time frame, here's the binary that was running. Here was the user account that ran that binary. Okay, now I know, yeah, Notepad, making network connections. Yeah, no, that's something I should be really afraid of. That might not be something that's very good. One of the problems I talked about with Zeek before was, let's see, I got some of that data set there, was the fact that it only logs things once the connection closes. The way we get around that with our commercial product, so unfortunately, Rita doesn't do this yet, but the commercial product does, is it goes in and it says, when it grabs a copy of the logs, it grabs a copy of Zeek's state table and says, is there anything in the state table that's not in the logs? And if there is, we'll report that as a connection that's currently in an open state. So that way, the longer that connection is held open, we're printing it out as being open over that period of time. So every day you will get to see that connection still there and still running and still open. It's not, you know, the 3-month surprise I talked about that you normally get with Zeek, where it closes down and that's when you get a log entry. Well, when it closes down, that's when the attacker's done and they've already exfiltrated all of your data. It's a little late at that point. So this way you get to know about it as it occurs. I talked about like cyber deception, doing honeypots or doing honeynick accounts and, you know, files that nobody should access and monitoring if they do. The tool does that as well. It's got a bunch of different fun stuff in here. I think one of the cool things about this tool is we do it as a site license. So it's like $9K the first year, $4K a year after that, and it's a site license. So if you need to run 1 copy or 10, it's the same price. If you have 1 network or 50 you want to protect, it's the same price. Got 10 field offices, not a problem, same price. I want to run 1 instance on-prem and 1 instance in my Amazon cloud. Oh, well, that's different. That's the same price. So long as you're only using it to protect your own network, we don't put any limitations on it. For John and I, this is about, you know, solving this big problem as opposed to like trying to make a ton of money off it. So if
Chris?
that is, yes.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Can you go back to AC Hunter real quick? Would you mind just pulling up the settings and just changing the color mode? We had a question about how this looks for people who are colorblind. And up in settings, the Da Vinci mode, I think it's called.
Oh, yeah.
Theme, there we go. Da Vinci mode, there we go. So if the colors on the old one didn't work, this one's actually a little easier for colorblind people. And I can say this with certainty because I'm colorblind myself.
Yep. Cool. Thank you for catching that one, dude. So yeah, we have different themes. You can go in and load up that just kind of changes up the color scheme if you want to play around with that. And sometimes, as Bill was saying, that can be needed because if the variations in the color isn't enough, this Da Vinci mode is designed to be a little bit more drastic. Cool. And we did give you some, I think I got some screen caps in here if anybody's interested. If you want to see a demo, if you want to learn more, you can just type demo into the GoToMeeting session. Do it in GoToMeeting if you could, as opposed to Discord, only because in Discord we get a lot of conversations going on. And if you request a demo in there, we might miss it. If you do it in GoToMeeting, we'll definitely catch it. But if you want to learn more, we're more than happy to talk to you about it. So let's see, that's all the slides we kind of talked through there. All right, so there's a lab 3 directory that we are not going to do today. This is going to be a take-home lab. So I've got a couple of slides that I'm going to finish up, and then the lab 3 stuff starts after that. Do not do it today. Wait a week. Here's why. You just went through this class. Some of this stuff is going to stick and some of it's going to slide down the wall and hit the floor, right? It's just the nature of things. Some things are going to, embed themselves in your gray matter a little bit better than others. And it can be hard when you're in the moment to kind of figure out what's going to stick and what's not. So what you want to do is wait about a week and then go to the lab 3 directory and do your investigation. And you can do it any way you want. You may have noticed I've already got, I say read a list. Hey, look, the lab 3 information is already in there for you. So I could start with Rita. I could start with just manually going through the Zeek logs, whatever it is I want to go through and do. But I want you to go to the lab 3 information and I want you to look for long connections, beacons, and C2 over DNS. If you get any matches, like if you find a couple of long connections, does it look like there's a potential business need for that or not? See what you can find out. I've got all the answers in here and everything shows up after the wrap-up slide. Mention the classes I'm teaching. So again, if you want to back up a little bit and go through a little bit more about packet decoding, got a class for that. If you want to step forward, get a little bit more into the threat hunting stuff, we got a class around that. And that's basically it for today. So the next slide is going to be the take-home lab. And I just showed that briefly, but not too long for people to get a chance to read it. So wait about a week, go through the lab 3. Now, let's say you get through that and you say, wow, that was awesome. I wish there was more. In other words, how do I keep training after I go through that? We got you covered there too. So if you go to our main website, acm.re, acm.re, not N, there we go. Go to education, go to blogs. You'll see we've got this blog series called Malware of the Day. And you'll see we do it on a regular basis. Click on it, don't read it, quick, zip all the way to the bottom. Close your eyes, don't look, don't read anything about it, zip to the bottom, and now back up just a little bit to the PCAP files. Grab the PCAP files, grab like the 24-hour PCAP file, pull that down. Now hunt that. Can you find the C2, find something that looks like a C2 channel in it? If so, what can you learn about it? What can you figure out as deeply as you can? Once you think you're done, go back to this page, go to the top, and read through the blog entry and see if there's anything you missed. Like one of the common things I see people miss a lot is it's a C2 channel, it is running over HTTP, it's accessing an image file, but the MIME type being set by the server is text. In other words, the MIME type of the server is not telling you that .jpeg file is an image/JPEG. It's telling you it's a text file. Oh, wait a minute, that's not right. That clearly looks like somebody's trying to make it look like you're accessing an image when in fact what you might be accessing is marching orders from a C2 server. Yeah, that's an easy one to miss. So if you go through your analysis and you don't catch that, but then when you read the description, they mention that in the description, now you know, whoa, wait, I need to add something to my run book. I need to look for that type of thing going forward. Once you think you got that one down, great. Now go back. Hey, look, there's a lot more other malwares of the day. Go to the next one, go to the bottom, get the PCAP, go through it. So once you get through lab 3, if you want to keep honing your skills, we got a lot of resources for you for that too. All right. Let's see. Bill's, Shelby, is there anything else in Discord we need to go through and cover? I'm seeing a lot of thank yous, and everybody's you're welcome.
I think we're doing pretty well, Chris. We're working.
Let's see, Doc saying, not sure where those PCAP files live. Don't see them on that link Shelby shared. Doc, I'm not sure which link you're talking about. The PCAPs that I was talking about are linked out of our blog entries, so you'll be able to find those there.
Anything marked malware of the day? If you look down at the bottom, there'll be, I think, usually 1 or 2 PCAP files. I think there's usually a 1 hour and possibly even a 24-hour in some cases.
Yes, and you're absolutely right, Bill. Hannah usually provides one of each, an hour and a 24-hour. I like to stick with the 24-hour just because it makes life a little bit easier.
Yes, and the link I shared will bring you to the malware of the day category on our blog. So it'll list all of the different malware of the days. Once you choose one of those, you'll be able to see the PCAP files for it.
Exactly, because each one has different PCAPs. Cool, I see a lot of thank yous. Everybody's very welcome, and thank you in return for showing up today. You know, yeah, we're giving up a Saturday, but you know what? All of you are too. So the fact that you were all willing to give up a Saturday to come hang with us today, really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Anything else we need to do before we wrap this up? I want to go swimming in my pool because I think it's still about 80 degrees out.
Yes, just want to cover a couple quick housekeeping notes before we let everyone go. First of all, yes, this was recorded, so if you didn't catch the whole thing, that is okay. The recording will be shared with you via an email you'll receive tomorrow. Along with that, it will be posted in a few days to YouTube and our website as well. As Chris mentioned, if you're interested in AC Hunter, you can schedule a personalized demo on our website or type demo into the GoToWebinar chat. We'll reach out to you. Also, if you want to play around with AC Hunter a little bit, we do have a way to do that through a CTF on our website, so we'll share the link to that as well. And if you enjoyed this class, please tell a friend or a colleague about it. We are doing another run in April that will have slight updates to the lab material. And you can stay up to date on our upcoming trainings and free webcasts by going to our website and going under the events section, which we'll share a link to, or subscribing to our blog as well. And with that, thank you again all for joining us on this Saturday, and hopefully we will see you in a future webcast.
Yeah, thank you, folks. Appreciate everybody's time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, one last